It's very much like a you problem.
It is an us problem, but we don't expect you to help us. Would you just wait until we figure out what to do? Is the boat actually sunk, or is it still floating on top of the lake?
It's at the bottom of the lake.
Okay.
At this point, I would like to take off my big cloak and offer it to Stello.
Oh,
Hey, my friend. I think you need some warm clothing, otherwise you're not gonna fare well in this weather. Afterwards, I'm gonna whisper to you. And don't you think it would just be easier and safer for us all if we just finish what we started?
it would be. I whisper back. It would be easier, but is the easiest path the one we should choose? Is that not just making it easier for ourselves? Or
It is making it safer for ourselves.
But still, this is a remarkable creature, and if it is sentient and does not really want to kill people, then killing it will. It does not sit well with me, Stax. I could, to make the burden of our boat lesser, I could transform into a crab. I wouldn't be as heavy. In that case, perhaps.
Perhaps. If you think this is the best way.
Yes. By the way, there's no need for the cloak. I thank you, but I do not suffer the effects of the cold as easily. You should keep it.
Maybe not as easily, but I do not think you're completely immune to the cold. And completely drenched in these temperatures, I think even you would start to feel it eventually.
Yes, that might be. That's true. Thank you.
While you're having this conversation, I need to check to see whether the plesiosaurus can overhear them. And I think the best way to hide your words is not so much deception, but both of you make me a sleight of hand check to see how well you hide your talking. Okay. Let's see if the plesiosaurus picks up on anything.
We'll just park the boat next to the iceberg.
Okay, sure. The plesiosaurus does not indicate that it knows that you are thinking about possibly killing it. It's just kind of moving back and forth in the water.
Stella, if you turn into crab and Stax joins us on the boat, I think we can safely make it to the other side of the lake. We just need to see what to do with Sanar. Sanar, would you wait here on the iceberg for us to pick you up on the way back?
Or do you wouldn't we be able to fit him in there with us? I'd rather not leave him behind.
Me neither, but we'll see how. We need to see how much this boat holds.
Yeah, I'm just checking the capacity of the boat. I think it was 3.
Yeah, it was, I believe.
And small if it helps. And Stalos can turn into a crab.
Yeah, for I think it's 2 hours. Alright, let me just double check my Druid stuff.
And Sanar says, I can resist many things, but the cold is not.
Well, you're welcome to join us on the boat. I think we can manage.
Okay, so who's getting on the boat then? Garash, Theodore, are you transforming into a crab, Stella?
Yes, and I'll be a crab for 2 hours.
Okay.
In case of emergency, Sanar can probably get into my bag of holding. He doesn't need to breathe.
But isn't the bag of holding almost filled? With the cauldron already
Oh,
being
no.
inside?
No, not even closely.
Okay. Well,
There's like 100 pounds, maybe a little more in there, and it holds 250, I think.
okay. Stax will be last to step into the boat,
Okay.
carefully seeing if it will hold them.
Yep. Yep. Well, is Theodore on the boat?
Yeah, I never left. Oh, sorry, I just said we parked the boat over
Sure,
here
sure.
next to the ice.
Okay, that's fine. But let's use this for lining it up. So, Sanar. Well, Sanar is still on the iceberg and says, "That's great, but there's no room for me."
Oh, that's what I said, like, first Sanar, and I wouldn't fit on there anymore.
Oh, so Sanar gets out.
Sanar,
Okay.
if it's not too much to ask, would you maybe climb into this bag and you won't be in the way on the boat and you won't weigh anything?
You're
I'll
much
just
bigger than.
well, you're less than 4 feet in diameter, aren't you?
Yes, but I am taller than 2
So you can.
feet.
Oh, but the bag stretches into like another dimension. It's out of this world,
Okay.
and you can safely stay in there for an hour or two while we row to the shore.
So,
The only problem would be that there's only a few minutes of air in there, but you said you don't need to breathe.
I spent hundreds of years in an enclosed tomb. I have many problems. Breathing is not one of them. Make a persuasion check anyway. Won't be very high. The DC, that is.
Oh,
I was going to say it's 5, since he treats you as his master. So that Sanar gets in and believing these people who have freed them and people who he's pledged his allegiance to, he climbs into the bag. So let's just say he's in the bag over there.
Stacks. And I guess we start rowing towards Lonelywood, or not straight to Lonelywood, just like a few miles from it, so Beastie doesn't attract attention.
Sorry, I was momentarily distracted. I just noticed that someone, 2 people, after trying for weeks to get applications, 2 people have applied. And just looking at your persuasion check, it reminded them that the guy was interested in playing a bard. So
Yes.
that might, in fact, solve half of your problems. So I was just looking at that, so I got distracted for a second. So, Sanar's in the bag. Stello is just a tiny little crab, so he can fit on. And what were you doing, sorry?
Nothing. We just went towards Lonelywood, but not to land straight on the shores of Lonelywood, but rather like a mile away, so the Beastie doesn't attract attention.
Like about there?
Yeah, I guess somewhere where it's easy to reach the ruins.
Okay. Make me a survival check, whoever is leading this expedition. Like, yeah, finding a suitable landing spot. That's hopefully close enough to the ruins. With a
I will guide whoever rolls.
I'll make the roll.
Okay. So you get a position that you're pretty sure it won't be too far to get to the Elven ruins. Stax the Wood Elf. Oh, I actually should have given you advantage on this, Stax, since you know the woods well.
Well, I'm a wild elf, not a wood elf. So,
Oh, sorry, my apologies.
a bit
Yes,
different.
you are right. You are right.
Even there's wilderness everywhere around here.
Right. Wood Elf.
That is true.
I think a while back in previous editions, the Wood Elf and Wild Elf were the same things. But regardless, you are a Wild Elf. That is true. But anyway, Stax, roll me a d4. 3. So it's possible.
Sorry, but what's the...
Oh,
was
there's
the
a guy.
2.
So 2. So you can get here. You're going to have to navigate your way around some ice flows, though. You're going to have to navigate 3 of them. So whoever's steering the boat needs to make me a wisdom check. And this is just a straight check. If anybody is proficient with water vehicles, then you can add your proficiency. But if you're not, it's a straight wisdom check. And yes, you can guide this if you want.
Does everyone roll or just one?
Whoever's navigating the boat, whoever's directing it. So one person.
I think that would be Stax, as she's also did a survival check.
Okay, so make me a wisdom check.
I'll guide him again.
Okay, always a good idea. So let me just do one quick thing. All right.
So 18 and 19.
So 18 and 19. So very good. So you navigate away. You don't manage to crash your boat into it, but it's a D4 plus 1. So one more wisdom check.
Your guidance.
And 11.
11 is not good enough. You almost line it up. You get it, but you just as you're hitting the shore, you crash into the side of it. Roll me a d6 if you like, Stax. You almost pulled it off perfectly. 2. Okay, good enough. Your the hit points on the boat is now 41. So still in pretty good condition. It was almost fortunate that the wrecked boat was the one that the Plesiosaurus chose to attack. But yes, you managed to land. The Plesiosaurus has followed you the whole way, and it says as you're just disembarking it, just be warned. I will wait here and keep an eye out for you. If you do not return with proof, then I should not only attack but redouble my efforts. Be warned. And then it sinks below the surface.
Before he sinks, can I ask him, as a sign of trust, I can heal some of your wounds since you're still bleeding. Would you let me?
I could as well, if you could stay just a bit more.
It raises its head out of the water. Then you see, it can walk on land, and it slowly lumbers on to kind of the actual ice where you guys are standing.
I'll stretch my hand to touch his head or nose or whatever, and just cast Cure Wounds on him.
I'll also cast Healing Words.
Okay. So 6 and 7. And the Plesiosaurus is kind of surprised. Excuse me. I wasn't really expecting this to happen, to be cured by the things that it was attacking, it says. Perhaps all of you land dwellers aren't as bad as I think you are. And it sinks below the surface.
And off to the ruins we go. For the 3rd time.
Indeed.
Well, I'm still not sure if this was the right call. I'm not sure about you, but during this conversation, all I got was like it's a sinister, egoistic monster that just kills and ravages just to please it. Well, not to please itself, but just so it can stay smart. I understand it wants that way, but I wouldn't say it's a good creature, and I'd rather see it gone from this lake than here, to be honest.
I understand. It could just be that it's feeling like it is shackled by Ravicine's commands, and unless it does what it's told, it will. She will remove its intelligence, but
I
I'm
understand
not
its
sure.
reasoning, but the way it talked and reacted to us, let's just say, it feels not very good. It feels almost closer to evil than to the neutral beast that I know.
It is a risk we're taking, but perhaps something good can come out of it. The beast is eager to live and learn, and seems to be willing to stop the attacks. But it's afraid it'll revert back to a beast if it disobeys its mistress. I mean, if something turned you into a beast and then you turned back to normal, you wouldn't want to be a beast again, I assume.
No, but I also wouldn't do just anything it asked of me, even though I know it was wrong, and I understand even that reasoning, but the way it was in our conversation, there was not even a little bit of trust or willingness to accept. It was even on the brink of death. It was either be right or I will kill you. That's not something that normal beasts feel.
It could have been hurt in the past. If it's just this one of this Plesiosaurus, it might have been hurt by overhunting, perhaps. Maybe someone killed its mate, and that's why it's not as fond of us land walkers, as it calls us.
I understand, and there might be good reasons for it. That does not mean that it's a good thing to have in the lake. And
Still.
the understanding won't change that.
Still, we never know what could happen if it dies, and somehow the balance of predators and prey in the lake just goes way out of balance. But then again, with this winter, nothing seems normal.
True.
Besides, the beast must have been in the lake before it got awakened, and nobody complained over the attacks until magic was used on her.
True, but we're not undoing the magic.
That's why we need to see what happens. If it attacks again, well, we take care of it permanently.
True. I understand, but if it attacks again, will other people die? That is a risk we are taking.
No people died so far. It only attacked the boats to scare them off.
True, but the moment
Go ahead.
It wrecked one of our boats. If it had wrecked the other one, people would have drowned or gotten hypothermia in the lake. In this cold weather, a normal person does not survive. You can't swim more than 10 minutes in this cold weather before you drown. That is how this cold works.
The difference is the fishermen never attacked it. It just ran away. We actually attacked her and fought it.
Good point.
So
Yes.
it had a better reason to fight back.
Just one quick note. According to the elf Tally, who you remember wanted to know about the plesiosaurus from a research point of view, they did tell you that people have died to this plesiosaurus. It hasn't just been attacking boats, it has been killing fishermen as well.
Oh. I forgot. Well, so no, I'm not even sure what. Let's hope this turns out well. Otherwise, we'll be back and we'll permanently take care of it.
I understand. Just hope we won't take these type of risks too often.
Okay. Well,
So you guys,
lead us to the ruins.
so you're pretty close to the ruins, but Stax, since you seem to be leading this expedition, with your 21 survival, make me another survival check. Actually, at advantage, since you've been here before. Let's see if you can find your way back to the Elven tomb. Ah, there we go. So you do make your way back to the Elven tomb. I assume you head back in.
Yeah.
Stella, I think you will have to open the door again with your money.
Didn't we leave some stacks of wood in the doorways?
You did leave it there. Whether it's still there is another thing.
And shall I stealth ahead again just to make sure that none of the creatures came back or anyone else?
Okay, make me a stealth check, Stax.
And may Moradin guide your silent steps.
Ooh. Roll a d4 anyway, just to see how how amazing your stealth is. 31. Okay. So where do you go, Stax?
Yeah. Around this corner. You here?
Mm-hmm. You glance down here, you can get a good view of it. This door is still wedged open by logs. The mirror is still there. Hasn't been removed or anything. And you get a look up, and this is also wedged open with logs. And you go and sneak around the corner, take a peer around the thing, and there's nothing dangerous that you can see immediately. No wildlife, nothing like that. Just appears to be empty. Empty as a
that case, I'll telepathically talk to Stella and tell them it's all clear and they can head in.
Oh, okay. Let's go. She says it's fine.
Nanar gets out of the bag,
Oh, yeah.
climbs his way out. Shrubby's not there. Plus that's an old token, so we'll say goodbye to Shrubby. Because you left him back in Bremen, I believe.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
And it seems pretty much as you left it. This is closed up. And last you hear
Stella, would you mind waiting outside the door?
Oh, yes.
Just in case. And we'll need Garrosh to open the sarcophagus.
Well, with anybody helps Garrosh, you put your back in and you can't quite manage it. But anybody
I
who
think Sanar would
helps?
be.
Oh,
Let's
Senna
try.
is more than happy. But with Garrosh and Sanara, you peel the tomb off, and it's as you left it, with the two twin sisters embraced. Well, are they stacked on top of each other?
Looks
Sanar
like her arrest was not as long as we thought.
Do we wish to decapitate her or just put her in the bag of holding?
I mean,
She
I would.
seems like that. We've already kind of took off her hand, but
But chopping up the body, it's
yes,
still
that's
leaves bad
not.
taste.
Yes, we could just take her corpse with us and show the plesiosaurus.
Do we bring it back afterwards, or what do we do with it?
That would be the honorable thing to do, but she was not an honorable person in life. I will not be too, let's say, hurt if we decide to bury her away from her sister, but it's up to you.
Well, in the same essence that you are willing to defend the Plesiosaurus, she was also just hurt by the fact that her sister was killed. I do not see the
That is
difference
true.
there.
Yes, that is true.
I guess we can take the body with us, show it to the beastie, and decide then. I'm all for returning the body here afterwards.
Yes.
Shall we put it into the bag of holding, or do we have Sanar carry it?
I think we should put it in the bag of holding. Walking around with a corpse is generally not the best idea.
Yes.
Especially since you literally have a corpse walking around with you already.
Because that's not suspicious at all.
I'll take down my backpack and open it so someone can put the corpse in there.
They're working together. It's easy enough to put the corpse of Ravison in there. You have to take her sister out, because she was on top, I believe. I can't remember her sister's name. Vernus. So you move Vernus off. Garrosh and Sanar kind of feed her into Theodore's backpack. Then you place her sister back inside. And yeah. You swap one corpse for another inside of your bag. Then you make your way south back to the forest. It's easy enough to get out of the forest. You've been around enough to know that if you just head west, you'll find yourself on the edge of Mara Deladoon. And yeah, you go there. The Plesiosaurus pokes its head up and says, "So where is your..."
I'll take off my backpack again and pull out the corpse.
The Plesiosaurus kind of pulls itself up onto the ice shelf that you're on. You notice it's a lot less graceful on land than it is in the water, but it can get by. And it gets up and stares at the corpse and says, "It seems what you say is true. She is dead, and I am still not back to that stupid beast I was. It seems I have been played for a fool."
Well, she had to hold something over you, otherwise you wouldn't cooperate. But she paid for her crimes, and you are free.
I have some thinking to do. Now, even when I was just a dumb beast, the land dwellers, they would constantly attack me. It was easy enough to escape from the dim-witted fools, but never once have I come across a land dweller who has shown me such kindness.
Well, just do as we call it, pay it forward, and be kind to others, or at least do not attack the fishermen anymore. They might send another group after you.
Yes, and they are just as scared of you, and their fear makes them attack you. They do not understand you, and that is what makes them attack you, I guess. It's not any ill will, I would say.
No, there is no more fishermen in my diet. Looks like trout from now on. Once again, I thank you. And before you have a chance to answer, the plesiosaurus dives back into the lake and disappears from sight.
Well, shall we return the corpse to the sarcophagus, or?
Yes,
Yeah.
please.
Can I ponder the words, given he said he's no more fisherman in his diet? Can I discern if he's sincere?
Sure, make an insight check. He seems genuine. I mean, you did know that she cast the spell on him, and he was attacking because he didn't want to be the dim-witted animal and displease Ravison. He seems genuine. But we can just speed it up if you like. You get back into the forest, you find the tomb, you put Ravison back on the bottom and put Vernus on top of that, close up the seal, and return to your moored boat. If you like, or you could do it if you like. But you're back at the boat. You could go back to Lonelywood or south to Bremen.
What time of day is it?
You could get back to Bremen by taking the boat across. You'd have to navigate these ice floes again, though. But if you did that, you get there at dusk. If you set out first thing in the morning, you wasted a bit of time fishing, and then this travel back and forth to Lonelywood.
I say we take the boat.
Yeah.
Let's get there as soon as possible.
I would have to use an hour of rest. I'm a bit spent for my transformations.
We could go to Lonelywood and take a rest there. We're welcome there.
And
You could have
We
taken
have
a
to go
rest
to Bremen today.
in the Elven Tomb if you'd wanted to. Did fast forward that, but you could rest there if you wanted to.
Either that, or we could get another boat from Lonelywood. Or that sounds expensive, but yeah. I guess if it's not too much trouble, I guess we could have rested in the tomb, and then I could wild shape into a crab on the boat.
As you wish.
Unless I'm a really heavy, big Goliath on the boat.
Not enough room. So you're taking a short rest in the tomb or Lonelywood, or what you do?
I guess the tomb is easiest.
Yeah, so I'll say you get your short rest in easy. I mean, it's a very defendable location with those tombs, and no problem. So you get your short rest in. You make your way back to the lake this time for realsies, and I assume, Stella, you beast shape into a crab.
Yes.
Okay, then you start taking your boat out. So,
Before we, can I check the boat to see if I can fix it a bit because it got banged up a bit?
yeah, sure. Make me a. Are you proficient in any tools like woodworking or anything like that?
Have alchemist supplies, painter supplies, thief's tools, tinker's tools, smith's tools, leather worker tools. But no wood, not wood carver's tools. Those but I can make them. Except I'm not proficient in them.
Okay, so make me. Given your lack of real supplies, just make me a survival check at disadvantage. See if you can repair this boat in quite difficult conditions.
I'll guide myself as well.
Sure. Yeah, you do some repairs, and you know how to fix many things, Theodore, but unfortunately you don't manage to, in your opinion, make the vessel any more seaworthy.
Well, I guess we'll just have to risk it unless we want to walk back.
I think we're going to be fine with this boat.
Okay, roll me 2d4 there, Stacks. This will be +2 on top of this. So 5. So you need to make me 7 wisdom checks. You can guide yourself if you like. Like, do you know how to automatically guide yourself, Stacks?
Nope.
Okay, let me just set that up for you. Oops, this one. Show. Oh, could be there. Global school modifier.
It's not showing up for me as well. It's the global skill modifier field, but even if it's
weird,
it doesn't show up.
Yeah. Ah, no, there it is. Yeah, you should have guidance now. So make one wisdom check.
Ah, there it is.
Range.
What's the DC?
14.
Okay, so that's an automatic failure.
Yep. Success. Mm-hmm. 7 altogether. Nice. Nice.
Sweet rolls.
Yes. One more. Okay.
Damn.
So,
Yeah.
Wiser than me.
guidance isn't working, but never mind. So yes. So roll a d6 just for completeness sake. Oh, this is quite a bad bash. But you make it. The boat's in pretty good condition, and you find yourself on the outskirts of Bremen. So I'll drag you over to Bremen. And as soon as you land your the boat on Bremen, immediately a dwarf comes up to you and says, "So, how many of those knucklehead trouts did you catch? Remember, 5 copper pieces per trout. What you got?"
We're not fishermen.
"I didn't catch any. You guys are useless." And he storms off back down the dock.
This is gonna be tiresome. Hope the other guy is more reliable.
Yes.
Shall we go report to the town hall and go get something to eat and drink?
That
Preferably
sounds like a good idea.
Alice's place.
Yes, that sounds like a good idea.
Okay.
Maybe another bar.
So where are you going to? It's dusk now. You could go to one of the taverns where you did your pub crawl, or the town hall if you like.
We're gonna notify the mayor, not the mayor, the speaker, and his assistant that we finished the job, and then we're gonna go to Tally's,
Mainly
or
the assistant.
where the two.
Yeah. If you remember, speaker. This was a speaker, and he was a very senile dwarf. And I believe you negotiated 100 gold pieces reward from them. It takes a little bit of convincing from his aide and the rather adult dwarf, but eventually they do come up with a reward for you, and they offer you 100, give you 100 gold pieces. So feel free to add 100 gold pieces, or split it up, or add it to party loot, whatever you want to do.
Shall we just split it up?
Yeah, that seems easier. 25 each.
Oh, and the innkeeper name is Cora, not Tally. I don't know who Tally is. I just
Tally?
wrote it down.
Tally is a researcher, or the I think it was.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's go get a drink and fill out that notebook for the researcher, because I believe he's still on some notes. And I think we've got a pretty good look
Yes.
and some good experience.
Okay, so you make your way over to the Five Taverns Centre. From your pub crawl, from what you can remember, they're all pretty much the same. You get some ale. You get in a good night's sleep. I'm going to say for the ale and the good night's sleep, we'll do 5 silver pieces each. So it's enough to get you a good meal together. And you get a good rest in as well. So you're long rested, so any spell slots, all that stuff. Yep.
Nice.
When we are at the Bear Treasure, I want to ask Cora if there is like a junkyard or a dump somewhere near town that I could take a look at it.
Yes, she says it is. If you head just north, and she indicates this area here, just north of this entrance here, that's where a lot of the junk, like a lot of metal scraps are there, a lot of... I mean, she says that boat building, there was a lot of boat building, but a lot of them have been abandoned, so there's lots of scraps like metal banding for boats and stuff like this to the north of town. What you doing, Theodore?
Excellent. I'm gonna tell the others that I will go to the scrapyard and that they shouldn't wait up for me. I'll be there in the morning and.
Could you wait for just a second? As you're probably the most researcher-like person from the group, I'd like to really quickly pin down all the notes that we can put down for the researcher about the Plesiosaurus. It'll only take a few minutes. Afterwards, I can help you, maybe even in your junkyard, just to make sure that no one's alone. Because, well, as we know, bad things happen when one of us is alone.
So you do take the 10 minutes and you record everything you can remember about the Plesiosaurus. I'm taking special note about the Plesiosaurus relationship with the Ravison, and the fact that it told you it likes to eat knucklehead trout and really is going to avoid it. And you take notes about the what the Plesiosaurus looks like, its teeth, its shape, the fact that it walks slowly on land, but is quite agile underwater. So you spend a good 10-20 minutes taking notes about the Plesiosaurus. And then are you off to the junkyard, Theodore, with Stax, it seems?
If he'll come with me, sure. I'll tell him to bring a tent, though. I might be a while, and I don't want him to freeze out there.
Oh, I'll be fine, no worries. And I'll just hop along and
Cool. So
just
Garrosh,
hover about.
so Garrosh and Stella, you get a good night's sleep at one of the. Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna say, what are you looking for in junkyard, Theodore?
Oh, not everything there is junk. Some of it can be useful, or it can be made useful, even if it's useless now. I like to tinker with stuff, and I'd like to take a look if there's anything useful there. Maybe build something.
Interesting.
We'll see. I have many plans that I want to try out, and maybe if there's something useful there, I'll actually complete one if I can.
Well, I'll look forward to the results in the morning. Good luck.
Thank you.
So Stax and Theodore, you do head over there, and this was a lucky find, Theodore. It almost looks like a gold mine for those who know what to look for. You find lots of interesting pieces. You find a bunch of gears and cogs and wheels. It's really, really quite interesting. And I assume you start working and start putting things together?
Yes, and I'll totally zone out as long as I'm working. Like I'll forget Stacks is there and everything.
And what are you doing,
And
Stax?
I'll try to assist. Like sometimes, if he's looking for something specific, just help him look. Just wondering about, just making sure that nothing happens to my friend Theodore. Well, he is just so focused.
Well, Theodore continues to pass through, and it's getting 9, 10, 11 o'clock, midnight, and he's still whirring away. You can continue helping if you like, but you're going to be running the risk of exhaustion. So up to you.
Well, I'm fine with helping because I only need 4 hours of meditation a night.
Okay. So, so you take your 4 hours of meditation, and you get your long rest in effectively. And when you come out of your meditation, Theodore seems to have finished what he was working on. What were you working on there, Theodore? What does it look like?
Well, it's still covered with a sheet, and
Okay.
I beckon Stacks. Would you mind go getting the others? I think I'm finished here. I think it'll be great.
Sure.
Or
Just be
maybe
safe and.
maybe just wake someone up with your magic stone. You don't even have to leave.
I'm not sure if I can reach them from all the way here. But I'll try it. And I try to message them with my stone, but I believe. My range is 120 feet. So I'm not sure if they are within reach. I don't think so.
Probably not.
No.
Yeah.
You can go
700.
get them.
I'll go get them.
Easy enough to do. I guess once you have telepathy, like, I have to walk up to people and actually talk to them. So annoying. But you do wait, Garrosh and Stella. It's the early hours of the morning, quote unquote, but it's still very much a dusk-like atmosphere. As you all know, light hasn't been seen here for a long time, let alone the sun. But you gather up Garrosh and Stella, and you return.
Oh, do you need anything? Why are you waking me up? Oh, come on.
I'm
It's
sorry,
so
man.
early.
I know it's early. Just Theodore. He's been working for hours, and he really wants to show you guys. You can go to sleep afterwards again.
This is interesting.
Okay.
Okay, so you head back, and well, before I forget, can you make me a Constitution saving throw, please, Theodore?
Okay.
Yeah, so despite working through the night and not getting much sleep, you're stronger than that. You've done late night research projects before, and you do not suffer a point of exhaustion. But you see your 3 companions and your 1 undead companion approach you.
So, yes, you've been up all night. What have you made? Or found? I mean,
Something spectacular, I have to say. I've never done anything this big, so... Oh, did we probably picked up Shrubby from Chorus, right? Because she was taking care of him.
If you want to, sure.
Did you bring Shrubby with you?
yeah.
So Shrubby's there, and Shrubby's bouncing back and forth as best you can without actual legs. Oh, what's under there, Theodore? Sure. What's under there? Let me see.
Okay, don't get scared, especially you, Shrubby. And I grab the sheet that's covering it, and I pull it off. And underneath it is like a metallic sculpture that looks like a giant scorpion. It's about the size of stacks, let's say. It's got 8 legs and a huge pincer in the back. And I'll say, yeah, and it's not just for decoration. And I pat it on one of the legs, and the scorpion moves and turns towards me and bows and whirls the stinger a bit in the air. And it says, "Yes, master, I'm ready."
Ooh.
And I look at the others. This is so cool.
Oh, man. Theodore, you've outdone yourself. That is amazing.
I know, right? And it can help us in combat. It can walk with us. I've actually made it a little faster than I am. So if everything goes as planned, I'll try to use it as a transportation vehicle as well. At least for one person.
That is very cool.
I know, right? So I guess it's not just the 4 of us anymore. Now there's actually
there's 7 of us.
Just a minor point. The creature can understand you, Theodore, but it cannot talk to you. It understands, but it cannot talk.
Then I would use one of my magical tinkerings to just make it sound like, yes, master.
Sure.
Whenever I speak.
Okay.
It doesn't actually speak. It just runs a bad file.
With your tinkering, you do give it the ability to speak, but that's the only thing it can say. Yes, master. Can't even say no, master, but it can say yes, master in a very robotic sounding voice. So I'll give you that. But that's all it can literally say is yes, master.
So, does it have a name? Do we call it something?
Well, I do have a few names in my head. I haven't actually named it yet. So the names that I picked, I'll put them in the chat. If you have any better ideas, I'm all ears.
Good names.
Totally Snuggles. Totally.
So it's either Anubis or Giftig or P0150N, and that looks like you just spelled poison. Or Snuggles or Caesar or just plain old Bob.
But Scorpion King.
Scorpion King? Okay.
No, just a suggestion.
DM
Well,
doesn't have an opinion
let's
on this
take it.
because you're the players, but Malcolm thinks Snuggles is a great name.
Stingy Snuggles.
So do you name it
So we have
Theodora?
1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. We have 7 names. Shall we roll a 1d7 and just pick one? Pick the one it shows.
If
Or we
that's
can
what you
name it
want. What do you like the most?
We can also name it
It's a good name.
Snuggles is fine. Let's call it Snuggles.
All right. So
Snuggles, the metallic scorpion.
Knuckles, that's the best.
Well, it can wrap all 8 legs around you. So that's Mega Snuggles.
All right. It is officially Snuggles now. There we go.
Oh, by the way, did we? You said last session we leveled up to level 4.
That's correct.
Ah.
So all level 4 now.
So
I technically I haven't because I haven't had a long rest, but
That's fine.
I did make a steel defender, so yeah.
That's all good. Don't worry about it. Okay, so you're on the docks. Well, actually, you're over here. And you have a new companion, it seems.
Sure. Would you
Yes?
like to climb on top of Snuggles so you can move around faster?
Is it safe?
Oh, probably.
Probably.
Most 95% sure nothing will happen to you.
Make a persuasion check.
Where's the bard?
Ooh, there you go.
Nice.
Shrubby jumps on top of so it's like a small sized creature, right? Snuggles.
The defender, it's
Yeah.
medium size.
Oh, it's medium size.
It's bigger than me.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. And Shrubby is small. So yeah, Shrubby jumps on top. It's a for most of you, it could be perhaps a little bit uncomfortable, but Shrubby's a tree. She's used to kind of being uncomfortable, you know. So she jumps on he jumps on and perfectly happy. Kind of grabs the scorpion, almost like riding like a horse.
Yeah, you can wrap your roots around its body and it'll hold that.
Shrubby does just that. So Shrubby, your new companion, and Snuggles, your other companion. Yeah. Seems like BFFs already.
Well, this is a weird bunch.
All of a sudden, Sun
we
Hour
never
is not the strangest thing in the party.
True. We never made plans for after we returned to Bremen. So what do we do now? Head to East Haven, or maybe not Goodmead. South of Goodmead, where the murderer was.
Dugan's Hall.
Yeah, murders.
Dugan.
Well,
That's the
I believe that was
down
the
here.
plan. Although I would like to make a small stop at Prince Shanda to possibly look for a longbow. I believe I finally have enough gold to get my hands on a true hunter's bow again instead of this small toy.
Okay, no problem. I'll also give Shrubby like a gold piece in case he wants to buy anything in the future.
Shrubby says, thank you. And holds the gold piece and looks a little confused about buying the whole thing. But Shrubby has a gold piece.
So we need to go through Targus and then to Bryn Shanda, right?
I believe that's the quickest way.
Did you give the notes to Tally?
Nope.
No, we guess we gotta do that first.
So you
We'll
head
go,
over to where Tally is. Yep. And you knock on the door, and Tally opens up the door and says, "Oh, fantastic! You made it back. Come inside. Come inside. Out of the cold. Come inside." And you do go back inside. It is slightly less cold in it. If you remember, there weren't any open fires or any real warmth in Bremen. The only possible warmth you can get is by going inside of a house, which is what you do. So you're inside of Tally's house, and Tally welcomes you inside, offers you the seat, and says, "So, what news? What news of the monster?"
Yeah, you go ahead, Theodore.
Well, we met the monster. We fought it. We decided not to kill it because, well, for one, it could speak common. I guess magic was used on it to give it the intelligence. And I recapped the whole yesterday, I guess, the
Sure.
whole meeting with the monster, and pass him the notes that we made last night.
And as you're telling the story, he's going, "Wow, fascinating, interesting." And as you're talking, you've given him the notebook, and he starts making notes in it, and addendum says, "Oh, it's interesting, fascinating, remarkable. Wow, that is most interesting. Thank you so much, and this will aid my research, no doubt. Now, just as a way of thanks, I know a reward wasn't discussed, but I have this scroll here. You're more than welcome to it. I can tell you it's a spell scroll of animal friendship. So, just a way of saying
Very
thank you.
much.
Yep.
Thank you.
I'll pass it to Stalo, who probably can cast it without any trouble.
It looks useful, yes. I would have to prepare the spell each day.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay, so, yep. And Tully immediately gets over to his desk and starts jotting down notes and cross-referencing, and he seems lost in his research already.
Well, we'll be off then, and if we see anything interesting, we'll keep notes and bring them over when
thank
we're
you.
here next time.
Thank you. So, where you guys? Where you guys headed?
Was it to Bryn Shander or Targos and then Bryn Shander?
Yeah. Let's just move quickly through Targos to Bryn Shander, pit stop, and then on to Dugan's Hall. And we might have to think about if we want to go through the normal path or maybe take the shortcut. Not sure which one will be.
I am familiar with the woods outside of Goodmead. I could probably guide us through them without much problems. I'm quite familiar with the place.
But then again, if we follow the road, then if we cut through, there's a chance that they have already left Dugan's Hall by the road, and then we missed them.
Yes, that is true. He might have gone to Goodmead first, and might find him there. And I also sent an animal messenger to Goodmead to see if they saw Sefek Cultural, if they could restrain him. I guess we'll see if that's happened.
True. Yeah, I think the road's just probably better.
Yeah.
Okay. So, You start your way off to Targos. Takes you a good 2 hours to get there. You have some old friends, of course, here with Garrett and Keegan. You don't need to, of course, stop and say hi. You can just press on if you like. Up to you.
I guess we could just say a quick hi, just to see how they're doing.
Not so much to Keegan and his husband, but we need to see Boy.
All right.
Before we go see them, we'll go buy something to eat for him, some treat.
Okay, so not going to cost you much since you back a copper piece. But you make your way back to Targos. Is that Targos? I drag you to the... Oh, this is Targos. And this is... I can't remember exactly where I said Keegan and their house is.
It's about here, I think. Right around here or so.
Okay.
Or here.
Good enough.
Like
you know where it is, and you enter Keegan's house, and Garrett as well, and they see you, and oh, so nice to see old friends. But then in the back here, bark, 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 and Boy comes running back and jumps right into Theodore's arm. Theodore, make me an athletics check.
Willingly failing it.
Oh, okay. So, Boy just jumps into your arms, almost as big as you, Theodore, and he just bowls you over and starts maniacally licking your face.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lick your back, sorry. But I have some beef jerky.
And,
I'll give him like some meat or whatever treat we bought for him.
okay, he takes it and kind of swallows it. He doesn't even really chew it, just gulps it down, and then looks at you with a quizzical head, kind of rocking back and forth, waiting for more.
Rations contain a little jerky, right?
Yeah, bit of dried meat. Yep.
I'll get into that and pull some dried meat out of it and give it to him.
Okay, with the dried meat, he's treating it very much like a Trudeau and starts just, munching on it and munching on it. And Garrett and Keegan are very pleased to see you. They offer you a warm drink, and we can role play this out if you like, or we can just press on.
I could use no, I don't have it prepared. Sorry. I'll have to remember that next time I stop by to speak with animals, to have a conversation with Boy. But yeah.
I'll ask Keegan if he knows of any place in town where they would sell longbows.
Yes. Let me just check my notes here just a sec. Yes, if you go to Trigolo, that's the general store there. Yeah. There's a nice human there, Justin and Ray, that they can help you out. Yes, so they probably have a longbow there, so you just need to go ask.
Thank you. It was nice
very much.
seeing you again, and I'm glad you're back together.
Yes. Are you
And,
guys
of course,
doing okay? Sorry.
Yeah, we're doing okay. And Keegan pipes up. Yeah, still a bit beat up from the whole disastrous thing up on the Kieran, but sure, in a week or so I'll be back right as rain. Once again, no thanks to you guys. You brought me back to my husband. You brought me back. Boy, I thought Boy was lost, so we're indebted to you as always, and you'll always find some welcoming faces here in Targos. You are most welcome here.
Thank you. In any case, if there ever is any trouble going on, try to see if you can get in contact with us. We'll help you.
Of course.
I'll ask him something else.
Mhm.
Can you two, both of them, can you two keep a secret? What I'm about to say shouldn't be heard by others.
Well, we literally owe you our lives. So if there's any person in this godforsaken lands that can keep a secret, that would be us. What is the secret you speak of?
I will. We have a magic cauldron that can feed a lot of people every day, but we don't know which city to give it to. Who needs it most? I think currently we're kind of leaning towards Kier Koenig, I think. But we just can't decide. Like everybody can use it, but it. I was gonna ask for advice on who you think would be not just most deserving, but could benefit from it most.
How many people are we talking here? How many can you feed?
Well, about as far as we can tell, about 120 per meal, and it's 3 meals per day, so about 360 meals per day.
Well, if I'm perfectly honest, I'd like it here in Targos, but it might cause more problems than it solves. I mean, we have a good 1,000 people here in Targos. Who gets fed, doesn't? The politics would be endless. But I need to warn you: if you're in possession of such a thing, this is an incredibly valuable item. You could sell it for a small fortune. This is literally going to save lives. Keir Konig, I know. I mean, any of the castles could do it. I know they're very angry at everybody else seemingly abandoned them. But it'd be almost overkill for those two things. Like Keir Konig being the most isolated. I'm not sure of the exact numbers, but I believe up there they have about 100 people. So, the care is needed, but it's overkill. It's a tricky situation, and Keir Konig, about 150. I mean, Targos and Bryn Shander are the biggest ones around here. I mean, people are literally killed for this, so make your decision carefully. And even if you give it to someone, if word gets out, there's no reason someone won't come and try and steal it.
Well, that's why we're being careful. We're visiting basically every town, and getting the feel for it. See what would happen if we give it to them. And I thought your opinion would help, and it does. Thank you. But we'll keep looking. We'll see where it ends up.
Do you have any idea who could possibly be wanting to buy it? I mean, if we cannot decide, we can just sell it and let the free market work its way.
In terms of places to sell it, who could afford it, who would pay you good money for this, I think one of the three major towns, there being Targos, Bryn Shander, and East Haven, would be your most. They're the wealthiest of the cities here. To a lesser extent, Tourmaline as well. But it's a solution as a problem. As I said, these towns are at least 1,000 strong, and 300 meals a day. Tricky.
Well, nobody's gonna attack Bryn Shander. They have walls, right? So they are safe if they have it.
Yes, that is true.
Plus, not everybody needs to eat the stew. They still have the fish. Maybe they can alternate.
This
We'll
is where
see.
the problems begin. You know,
Let's take it to the,
Mhm.
yeah, let's take it to the capital, I think. Bryn Shander. What do you think, guys?
Sounds the best, I suppose.
I would still suggest one of the cares, but I don't know. I guess if we're in a hurry to get rid of it, which I'm not, we can transport it easily now. Maybe take a look at the Goodmead and Dugan's Hole and make our decision then.
True, but the
It's the
longer
last
we
two
leave
towns
it
that we
unused,
haven't been to.
but the longer we leave it unused, the more people are starving. Every day we leave it in this bag, it's just being useless.
We could, when we decide who to give it to, we could set some conditions, like you have to deliver food to Care Konig and Care Dinval for this item to be given or sold to you. Something along those lines, I suppose.
That I would definitely agree with that. If it helps the others, yeah, definitely.
Let's do it.
Yes.
Would I'll ask Keegan and his husband, whose name I keep forgetting, if they would
Gareth.
like if they would like to some stew before we leave, so they don't keep eating trout.
Oh, we'd love some stew, of course.
You could keep some so much that you can just store in
You can
jars.
freeze it.
Freezing is a thing that we do.
You can make 120 frozen meals out of this and just eat it every day for like 3 months or 4 months.
Okay, so you fire up the cauldron, and Keegan and I've forgotten his and Garrett. They're amazed by the property, and I say, "Wow, this is truly an amazing find." Yeah, people would literally kill for this. I don't know. If it's the goodness of your heart, you could help out Kier Konig. But perhaps if you're looking for coin, Bryn Shander or East Haven, I'm sure would offer you a lot.
Well, you said people would literally kill for this. Coincidentally, we did kill for this. but she was evil, so
It was a hag, it was not even human.
Well, she was at least inhuman
So-
because she had something that could literally save hundreds of lives, and she kept it to herself. So perhaps she met the fate that she deserved.
And she probably, yes. Well, enjoy your meal. We'll join them. I mean, if we fired it up, why not?
Sure.
And
So
I
you
guess we'll go.
You get a nice hot meal in your belly, and they package some off and freeze them and kind of hide them inside their houses. At least it's someone comes and they're suspicious, like why they've got all these frozen stews. But yeah, a nice
And
time
we'll
is had
thank
with
them for
Garrett.
the.
Yep.
Yes.
So Keegan and
And
Garrett are
bef-
very. Sorry, you go. You go.
No, sorry. I just wanted to say before we leave town, we'll go get the longbow if it's available.
Yeah, easy enough to get from Frigolo, the shop. It's a lot of fishing supplies there, but the human Justin Henry, he's happy to sell you it. And as you come in, it says the Justin, who is so skinny it almost looks like a scarecrow. His left hand doesn't look functional. But as you walk in, says, well, welcome to Trigolo. Oh my goodness, it's you guys. Oh, come in from the cold. I've heard so much about you guys. Come inside.
Well, thank you. As it were, I was looking for a longbow. At the moment, I've got this tiny piece. It has done me some good service, but I wish to own something that would truly carry a shot. And, well, Keegan and Garrett told me that you might be able to supply me with one.
Oh, yes, we have longbows, no doubt. But as I said, I've heard a lot about you. I heard you dealt with
Yeah.
the plesiosaurus, the beast under the thing, and helped with some mining situations in Tourmaline. And Kunda Moose. Is that you guys?
Yes, but how did you hear about it so fast? We just dealt with the plesiosaurus like yesterday, 2 days ago.
Well, we had some wood arriving from Lonely Wood. And loggers like to talk. And they talked about it, and it seems people in Tourmaline quite like you, but the speaker does not. But they're really appreciative that they can start their mining operations again. It seems you guys are starting to get quite the reputation in the 10 towns. And I, for one, appreciate what you're doing.
Thank you. We try to do as much good as possible. You seem to be in need of something good happening every now and then with all this winter that's going around.
Oh, yes, well, you've no doubt helped the people of 10 towns. If you could stop this winter, that would be great. But that's asking too much.
Well, small steps. But yeah.
Anyway, I do have a longbow, and as a small way of saying thank you to the things you're doing, you seem like good folks. I usually let these longbows go for about 50 gold pieces, but since you're doing some good here, I'll be happy to sell it to you for 45 gold pieces.
Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And, well, as it replaces this short bow, would there be possibly be a bit more discount if I give you this short bow in return? It's seen some use, but I've taken good care of it.
Well, you could trade it in for 5 gold pieces, so we'll set it at 40 gold pieces. How does that sound?
I will whisper to Stax, I can't make your longbow magical today. It won't be magical until tomorrow. If you need a magical weapon today, you might want to hold on to the short bow. And you can sell it in Bryn Shander, perhaps.
All right. Sorry.
If you're short on money for the longbow, I'll lend you some. No problem.
No, that's okay. I can keep it for now. I'm sorry. I just overheard something. I'm gonna be keeping this short bow for a bit, so 45 gold pieces. That sounds wonderful.
It was a magical short bow?
Well,
no, but I imbued it with magic. Oh, sorry, that was in games. Sorry.
Temporarily enhanced. It's not something that lasts, and it's something my good friend Theodore helps a party with, and me a lot.
Okay, 45 gold pieces it is then. Feel free to add a longbow to your inventory. And by this time, it's about noon. And it seems you guys are starting to get a bit of a reputation around here. Might be a good thing, might be a bad thing. We shall see.
Can I buy something as well?
Sure.
Just a shield? Is it possible?
It is possible. Just looking up what the shield.
And I can also sell a short bow because we got it at one point, and I think Theodore fixed it. So I have a working short bow which I can sell.
Okay. Let's see, a shield. Let's see a shield here. Chain shirt, half plate. It's weird. Padded leather, high chain, scale, breastplate, half plate, heavy armor. Oh, there we go. Shield. Yeah, 10 gold pieces for a shield. And you're trading in your short bow?
Yes.
Yeah, so just say 5 gold pieces then for the shield.
All right. Cool. Thanks.
Okay. So with that, with your supplies, you're going to make your way to Bryn Shander.
Yeah.
Okay. I think this is the first time you've actually returned to Bryn Shander since you since you left the place. But yeah. So to get from
By the way,
yep.
yeah, before we set out, I would like to cast Druidcraft, actually, my new cantrip, just to make an sensory effect that would predicts the weather for our location.
Predict the weather. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. That's pretty cool. Yes, little. Yeah. Guess what it's predicting.
A blizzard.
I'll tell you what. That's a cool idea. I really like it. If a blizzard is coming, I will let you. I'll give you some warning if a blizzard does come. You to get in a blizzard about here. Oops, I'm picking right. About here along the east way, and you got trapped there. So with that very cool idea, I'll give you warnings if a blizzard's approaching. Otherwise, it's just going to predict cold weather and snow.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay, but Stello the Weatherman, I like it.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so you leave the streets of Targos, say goodbye to Garrett and Keegan and the shopkeep who tends to knight you, and you start making your way along to Bryn Shander. It's another 2 hours of travel, so you're going to kind of get there early afternoon. And for a long time, well, it seems like a long time, you've Stax, you return to the place which you have made home. And you guys are back in Bryn Shander. What would you like to do in Bryn Shander, if anything?
Should we track down the speaker for the decision of the cauldron? I think the speaker's name was Duvessa Shane.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that's best course of action.
Okay, so the leader is indeed Speaker Duvessa Shane, and if you remember, she's well respected here. About the only thing is that some people consider her a little young. But you make your way back there. If any place feels like home to Stax, it would be Bryn Shander. If you do want to visit the place where you're staying, I don't want to say it in case you don't want the party to know. Just let me know. But you go through.
Will do.
Yep. Okay. But you enter through, probably the northern gate. Well, one of the gates anyway. You go through. Had a little problem getting in last time, but they just nod you in, and you get through, and you make your way to the town hall. Oops. Yeah, it's a town hall. There's a receptionist there, a young elven boy. Well, all elves kind of look young. They're perpetually young. And he says, yes, can I help you?
Yes, we are looking for the speaker, Miss Shane.
Might I ask what it is in regards to?
We have an opportunity to relieve the town of part of its burden, which we would like to speak to her about.
That is very interesting. And the elven boy, well, boy like, in human years, 18, 19, something like that. And he returns, and he beckons you, and just step this way, and you're ushered into a waiting room. And before long, you are ushered into the chambers of the speaker. And she says, take a seat. They tell me of something that could help us in this time of need. So, what is it that you have?
I look to the others, just see if they approve of if we're going to do what we are going to do.
I nod.
Okay, that's okay.
Okay. Well, you see, if you remember us, we've been out and about. We've been to each of the towns of Icewind Dale, with the exception of Goodmead and Dugan's Hold. And in our journeys, we've come into a possession of an item that could potentially feed many people with no components used but snow and water.
Well, we're definitely not wanting for snow or water. How many people are we talking about here?
So about, what did you say, Theodore? 120 per meal, 3 times a day.
Exactly.
So 360 meals a day, without any cost.
She puts her fingers up to her lips, and she beckons you to follow her. Do you follow?
Yeah.
Okay, she leads you up to the second story of the town hall, and kind of to a side room, and beckons you in. You go in?
Yep. But I make a quick perception check before we go in.
Sure, make a perception check. You have a look around. There's the business of running a town here. As you know, this is the biggest one. But yeah, you don't notice anything out of the place, and he's just taking you to a quiet room off to the side. He says, "Look, if what you're saying is true, this should be a game changer. This is a remarkable find, and I asked you up here because prying ears. This is the most valuable thing any town in the entire 10 towns would love this. If what you say is true, then no doubt you'll have a friend in Bryn Shander, and we can maybe start turning the tides here. Might I see what you have to offer?"
Well, we have some conditions if we are to give this to you. We've deliberated for a long while, about who should have this, and we've been a bit afraid of what if it could release a conflict and turmoil, a fight for resources and food, if towns could turn on each other.
No doubt. So what are these conditions?
Well, at least that I could say, it's no hoarding of the food. Feed those that need it. Do not hoard this food for the rich and those who can already feed themselves, but give to those who cannot. Yes, and also try to use that newfound source of food to alleviate this situation in the other places like Caer Conig and Caer Dineval, which are starving at this point.
Well, let me make this clear. If you leave the cauldron here, it will help the people of Bryn Shander. Caer Conig and Caer Dineval, well, quite frankly, they're on their own. If what you say is true, we can feed Billy a third of our own population. Caer Conig, and Kier Dinaval are on their own as far as I'm concerned.
No, is there no way to send traders with shipments of knucklehead trout?
Well, as you've so clearly stated, people are literally starving here. We do our best with the trout, but there's not enough to go around. If what you
We
say
understand,
is true,
but we give you
yes,
300 meals a day. We do not expect you to give that much to others, but surely you can miss to feed 50 people a day extra and still alleviate part of your own town. That is part of our deal.
let me be clear once again. And I can pay you good coin for this thing, but it will stay here. Caer Connig, Caer Dinaval, and any other of the 10 towns. I wish them luck, but my primary responsibility is to take care of the people of Bryn Shander. It's a position I take very seriously, and it will stay here. The food will stay here. This is my first priority.
Then I will tell you this. Then there is no extra food for you.
And I would say one more thing. This process of exiling random people to sacrifice to the Frostmaiden, it's something that shouldn't continue. It's frankly barbaric.
Well, let me be also clear. Until this endless winter ends, we will continue what we can to alleviate this. Sacrifices will not stop.
If you do not wish to negotiate or talk about these things, then the cauldron will not enter this town.
If what you say is true, and you can prove to me that you have such a device that can feed 300 people, then perhaps some gold will perhaps alleviate some of these moral quandaries you're having.
It is understood. And I'll turn to the rest of the guys. I believe it is time to leave.
Yes.
I'll get off the chair and go for the exit.
Will 5,000 gold pieces change your mind?
Holy fuck.
So
I open the door and go through it. I just leave the room, not even looking back.
Money is money, but you can't exchange money for life, Miss Shane.
5,000 gold pieces will feed 300 people in my town. You win, people get fed. Isn't that what you wanted?
I think we've made it clear what we want. And I walk out the door.
Okay. So, is anybody staying to talk to her, or you're all leaving?
I'm gonna say, please, Miss Shane, you've got to understand, we're trying to... You can't just think of yourself in this town, in this dire situation that the 10 towns are in. We've got to make the entire Dales a better place if we are to survive this.
That's literally all I think about every day, is to get Bryn Shander through this. And you dangle this thing in front of me. I say I will feed the people. I will feed those in most need. People will have their bellies full here. And that's a good thing. So, but my concern is always with Bryn Shander. It keeps me up a day and night, how I can make this town survive. And then you dangle this trinket before me, this some sort of moral quandaries. Perhaps you think that people in Caer Dinaval and Caer Connig are somehow more worthy than my citizens. I even offered you a fortune to feed people, and yet you still refute my offer. It is most disappointing.
How are your people more deserving? From my point of view, you're all the same.
You're right. So people here will get fed. 300 people will have full stomachs, which I haven't had for years. But you somehow think my people are not worthy.
No, that's not what I said. Let us discuss this and with the others. And
Guys, I have an idea. What if we want to help care Conic and the other care? We can share some of the gold with them, and they can use it to buy some stuff, right?
You can't eat gold. The fact that she is willing to part with 5,000 gold pieces makes it quite clear that it is worthless in regard of feeding people.
But still, someone would maybe go there and like bring some food if we pay them. Still, people still work for gold here and in the taverns and stuff. So
the merchants from East Haven could perhaps be persuaded to travel up to the Cares with some gold, maybe.
But
that's my point.
that is just a short-term solution. I mean, the gold will run out and there's not much to buy. So
In the meantime, I guess it's, well, up to us to stop the winter, isn't it? Like the old woman and her prophecy.
what
we
if
cannot really play prophecy.
what if instead of supplying the other towns with food, you just supply them with like firewood or some other supplies like fishing hooks, fishing supplies, something to make their life easier.
Are you saying this to the speaker?
Yeah, I guess since those two haven't come out of the room, I returned to it.
Have you reconsidered?
We don't want to quarrel with Bryn Shander. I mean, we care about the people here as much as anyone else. But we don't want to abandon 9 other towns just to benefit one. There's probably something in your power that you can do to make their lives easier as well if you get this gift.
Also, consider the political situation. If it's seen that you hoard a way to feed yourself and the others find out, it's going to be bad. If instead you show goodwill to the other towns and send what other supplies you can offer, they would instead see us as a good way, or not as, they wouldn't be as hostile perhaps to the situation, and instead appreciate what you're doing instead of seeing that it's one town benefiting when they are starving.
Goodwill is very hard to come by for the past 2 years. I'm not sure if you've spoken to other speakers, but I'm sure the speaker of any one of the 10 towns concerned about their town and their town alone. Goodwill between the 10 towns vanished when the sun did. Perhaps when the sun comes back, we'll be on better terms. If it is in your heart, though, that you insist on helping people, then we could send... we're not sending food. Let me make that clear. We could... it's tricky, because boats would be the normal thing. We could coordinate with some of the other places and do boats. Maybe we could send them some of my standing army to help defend themselves.
Yes, those are good choices. I mean, you say the situation. Yes.
This woman does not seem to understand the situation. She either gets 270 meals a day, or she gets nothing. You are trying to negotiate, but this woman clearly is too egoistic and too self-centered to see the bigger picture. And the fact that we keep talking about this in circles, I think we should not drop to her level.
Can I take Stax a bit aside?
They just went down to the lower level, so yes. And the speaker just glares at you as you leave, Stax.
Hey Stax, come on. We want something extra from the speaker. We can just take the 5,000 gold and do some charity ourselves. Who cares about long-term solutions? Nobody cares here about long-term solutions. We are in 10 towns. It's a bunch of outcasts anyway. Just take the gold and do the good deeds yourself. Don't rely on others. We can do it. We can help them. We can ask some merchants to go there, bring some stuff.
Sure, we can all try these things. We can also just go to East Haven.
Let's just be done with it. I mean,
I do not want this woman to have this thing. I do not trust her with it. She's clearly...
Come on.
Clearly too focused on herself and her own town to think of a bigger picture. And when we want to give someone this cauldron, it has to be someone who thinks of a bigger picture.
But who would? I mean, everyone would just take care of themselves.
We do not know.
Yeah,
this is the first person
precisely.
we've asked it. We can go to East Haven.
Yeah, or we can go to the guy who didn't want to pay us any money for our job. Or we can go to the guy who is totally drunk. Or other great speakers with bigger picture in mind.
Well, we've been to Lonelywood. Clearly there are some speakers who truly care and are true and honest, even in hardship.
Yeah, but if you bring it to Lonelywood, for example, they'll just get it. Someone will steal it from them and maybe kill some of them. It's not safe there for such a
but
thing.
it was just an example of that there are good people here. And this speaker is clearly not one of them.
So it's... I think in some ways she has to be selfish in order to feed her own tribe. It's...
Selfish, yes, but unreasonable, no.
We cannot probably even vote, right? We are like 4. So maybe 2 and 2. Do you want to try to vote?
Well, actually with 7, but do we want to give everyone a vote? Because that's a bit tricky.
I mean,
Well,
I think it should be unanimous considering the value of this.
Yes.
Grubby and your mummified friend will not vote, and Snuggles cannot vote. Because if Snuggles votes, it's going to vote for Theodore regardless. So.
I know.
Snuggles has 8 votes because if we're raising hands, just raise 8.
That's cheating.
But speaker, you said that there's no goodwill between the towns in this winter. But if you could send supplies, like you said,
look,
would that
I tire of this. You keep on coming in and out, talking to me, having little conversations on the side. My offer is 5,000 gold pieces, if indeed you can provide what that is. That is the offer. The food will stay in here. Do not waste my time. I'm not here to negotiate any further. 5,000 is literally a fortune. You could do anything you like with that money. I tire of this conversation. Produce what you have or not. Enough of these side conversations. Come back when you have a definite offer. I'm not interested in negotiation. You know my position. 5,000 gold pieces and the food remains here. Come back when you have something definitive to say. tired of negotiating. That is my offer. Take it or leave it.
We apologize for upsetting you, but this is quite a decision we have to make. So if we decide in favor of your town, you'll be the first to know.
And she starts rubbing her
Thank you
temples.
for your...
She starts rubbing her temples. Says, "Look, these are my people. I care about them. I've been tasked with protecting Bryn Shander, and you've given me an offer. I can't. This is what I do. I'm elected as a speaker. I represent my people in Bryn Shander, and that's it. I apologize if I come curt with you, but this is my position to benefit the people here. But as I said, I'm tired of negotiating. Come back if you have an offer. Good day to you."
You as well. I guess we'll go to a tavern and discuss it or something. And watch our backs.
Definitely.
Let's not go to tavern. I might know a better place. It'll probably be a bit safer without prying eyes. Please follow me.
And you're going to the place where you were before, that I know where it is.
Yep.
Okay, so you follow Stax, and you head over to this place here, the House of the Morning Lord. And I'll just explain what it looks like. So the House of a Morning Lord, it looks like a religious institute. It's a modest house. It's not like a purpose-built temple, but it's definitely been dressed up to look like a temple. And are you going to tell them a little bit about it? Do you want me to summarize that, Stax?
I can do that.
Okay.
I'm taking you to a shrine. Mishan is the person who runs it. She's, I believe, a Munator, the Morning Lord, a god of dawn and rebirth. She is the person that took me in after I came to this place, to Bryn Shander. When I got here, I was not in the best condition. I collapsed in the snow, and someone put me on this doorstep, or brought me here, at least. I stayed here for a few weeks before I met you guys. She is a pretty good person. She tries to help as many people as she can, and I bet she will give us a bed to stay for tonight, or at least a listening ear and some advice, hopefully. This place.
Interesting. She's a good person, this person?
I truly believe so.
That sounds like a good place to stay for now.
Or maybe where we leave the cauldron. If we're looking for a good person to give it to. Although it would probably be confiscated by the government.
Yeah.
Well, lead the way, Stax.
Okay, so you approach the House of the Morning Lord. As I said, it's more of a house than a temple. It's definitely been converted. You know your way in, Stax, and you more or less walk in the front door. And you see your new friend, but someone who you know well in this thing, Mishan, as he said. Put that in chat if you want to copy it into your notes. And Mishan greets you. "Oh, Stax, it is so nice to see you. Come inside. Come on out of the cold. Come inside." And as you enter inside, as I said, it's a converted house, and you're into the living room, and there are some people there who don't look as if they have two copper pieces to rub together. But you see warm blankets around them and them drinking some type of a warm brew from like a mug. So Stax, what have you been up to? What have you been up to? It's good, so good to see you. Are these your friends?
Yes, these are my French. Meet Garrosh, Stallo, Theodore, and well, the others are complicated. This one's Shrubby and Sanar, though I do not think you'd completely agree with Sanar on some things. But please leave that for now. I've been traveling with these people and trying to do some good in these forsaken lands. Apparently some of the talk has gotten around already to different places, but we managed to kill a awakened white moose that was terrorizing woodcutters. We managed to save someone, a guide from Yeti. We managed to dissuade an underwater creature from terrorizing the fisherman in Targos, or Bremen. And, well, yeah, like I said, we've been around.
Well, that is quite remarkable. When we found you, Stax, I quite frankly didn't know if you were going to survive, but it seems as if you're not only surviving but thriving. I am most impressed.
Thank you. And how are things here?
Well, we
I
take
think
care
you've
of
got
we take care of the needy as best we can. Our resources are limited, as you know, but we do our best. Still, there's good old Copper upstairs. He drives me nuts, but he pays the rent, so he's keeping me on my toes. Things are difficult here. We do our best to help, but things are difficult everywhere. But we'll continue to pray to the Morning Lord, and maybe this winter will end one day soon.
I hope so. Yeah, one of the reasons we've gotten back here is because, sorry, would it be okay if we can find a private spot to speak to you?
Of course. And she leads her away from the two folks down in there, like into a quieter part of the house. Yeah, we can talk here. What is it, Stax?
On our travels, we encountered a vile hag and managed to kill it, but one of the things she owned was a magic cauldron, and this cauldron can produce approximately 300 meals a day with just adding water to it. And we're trying to find a good place for it to feed as many people as possible, but we want to feed more than just one town. We've seen so many places that are in need of help, and we...
It's quite the item you have there, Stax. No doubt a valuable item as well. It is a tricky situation, though, because Targos, here, Bryn Shander, and East Haven, there's far more people than 300, but it's fine. And if you give it to some of the other ones, with populations of 100, 200 people, they will eat like kings, and the other towns will not like that. It seems as if the item you have is both a blessing and a curse.
It appears so, and we went to the speaker today and hoping to give it to Bryn Shander so she could share part of it, but she was so stubborn. There was no talking to her. We've been to Kerker and Kertinaval, and those are the worst places I've seen in these lands. They have it the worst of all, but at the same time, if we put it there, it will not come to its true fruition, but the speaker wasn't willing to share part of its food with them. And
Well, here is the dilemma, as I see it. If you want to keep the most people alive, you need to store it in Tourmaline, Targos, here in Bryn Shander or East Haven. They can at very least keep it safe, and at least 300 people will have food in their stomachs. If you want to give it to the truly downtrodden, then Caer Connig, I think in particular, could use it. They are the most isolated of the 10 towns. And they will eat like kings. They could have three meals a day. That will no doubt see jealousy amongst the other towns. So you could feed 100 people, keep them bellies full, but people will come a-knocking once word gets out. Or you could give 300 people a decent meal in either one of Tourmaline, Targos, Bryn Shander, or East Haven. It is quite the dilemma, young Stax.
yes. Are you not in good terms with the speaker, perhaps? Could you perhaps...
Speaker Shane, she is a good soul. But her heart is very much for the people of Bryn Shander. That's the task she's been asked for. And there's so much bickering and rivalry and arguments and accusations of stealing throughout the whole of the 10 towns that she's forced to think only of Bryn Shander. These are the times we're living in. We're in a 2-year-long winter. No one knows if it'll even end. Maybe we'll all die out here. But if Aldrin does what she says, you could literally be saving 300 lives in Bryn Shander. Or feeding the whole of Caer Connig 3 meals a day, fattening them up as it were. But word will get out. If you give it to Caer Connig, it could be a blessing and a curse all at the same time.
I understand.
So what
Thank
will you
you
do?
for your...
What will you do?
I'm not sure yet. I wish there were some people who could actually think bigger than their own town. I must think about this. But sorry, Stello, Theodore, Garrosh, what do you guys think?
Well, it seems if you want to, is there a large? How is the situation here in Bryn Shander? I'm sure there are plenty of people starving here.
Yes, there are people that are hungry here. Stax, every so often people just don't get enough. They can't get the knucklehead trout, and people are... Every now and then someone dies and you feel that they could have been saved with food. Just the endless winter, the very monotonous diet, it just gets to people, and sometimes it seems people just give up and they die. It's just too the hardship is too much for them. But you could repeat that situation across all of the 10 towns. Life is miserable and it's too much for some people. It's not so much that they die, they just give up. They give up struggling and they just die. That the will to live leaves them. A full belly would help alleviate that.
Plus, we shouldn't make a decision regarding how much we like the speaker. It just, I think it would do the most good in this town because there's the most people here. Even if we don't completely agree with the speaker, logically thinking, this is the place where we should leave it.
It's also the situation with this endless winter. I mean, it can't go on, and I guess we will. It affirms my belief that we should definitely try to stop this. some way.
I mean, I don't see how we can do that. But if we find a way, of course, we should try.
It is not a matter of how. It is when we must stop this winter, and it is the only reason I've gotten to this place. But I do agree with you that we will probably help most people here, even though you may not like the way it will go.
And like Garrosh said, I wouldn't have heard, perhaps, with the gold. If we get the gold to supply the other towns, pay merchants to send supplies to Caer Konig and Caer Dineval.
That is true. We could also help use the gold to better equip ourselves for the trials ahead, as long as you guys agree with me that we should do all we can to stop this winter. Because I'm not entirely sure what your reasoning is to have come here to 10 towns.
Well, I live here. I wouldn't leave. Always lived in the Dales. I want to make the situation better, and well, there's only one way to do that.
Stala, once before you asked your gods or Mother Nature for advice.
Yes.
Would it be possible to ask her again if this is the place where we should leave the cauldron?
Yes, I could. Let me see. Yes, that could be used. I could do that. Give me a moment. I'll just step outside for a second. I need to see the open sky. And I'll just go outside and pull up my star map and cast Augury to discern if, let's see, next course of action. Would it be a good result? Let's say honored stars above. Would the stars be? Would the results be good for if we leave this cauldron of plenty in Bryn Shander?
So you complete the augury spell and you try and connect with the stars to find out if leaving the cauldron here would be a good idea. And the message you get back is both weal and woe. Good and bad.
Okay. I'll go back inside and say it's a dualistic answer. It would be both good and bad results from doing so. But I do not think, if, as we've discussed, there is any town where the situation would be only good.
Shall we vote on leaving the cauldron here with the speaker? Or is everybody, has everyone made up their mind? And I think it should be a unanimous decision, if you agree.
Well, I agree with Stax that we should, if it was possible to find someone who could use it to share it with the other towns, that would be ideal. But so far, we haven't found in any of the larger towns any of the speakers who seemed willing to do such a thing.
Exactly, and just like it was mentioned that it would be safe here for the most part.
If we left it in Caer Konig and Dineval, perhaps militia from East Haven or Bryn Shander would be sent to pillage and find the item and return it to their town. And that would just mean more people killed.
True. Okay, so shall we put it to a vote, or does anybody else have anything to say? Okay, then I vote we leave it in Brinchander.
I have to agree.
I agree as well.
Me too.
Okay.
Shall we return to the speaker and confirm the transaction?
Okay. So we'll
Well,
say
Note.
you head over to the town hall. You request another audience with a speaker, and yeah, she welcomes you back in and says, "So, have you come to your senses?"
Well, we have spoken, and we've come to a decision that it would be for the best to leave this cauldron in your care.
That is a big relief. I think you've made the right decision. You save many lives here. Now, maybe not everybody will get fed every day, but maybe we could stretch it to every other day.
Yeah.
I assume you still want your gold?
Yes, we, like you said, we could use that to alleviate some of the other towns, perhaps.
Or since we also discussed, we would try to find the reason for this winter and end it as much as that is possible for common people. But would you happen to have any supplies that would make that journey easier instead of the gold?
Or I could offer you sled dogs for your group. That will make at least traversing across things a lot easier.
We can buy those with the.
Oh, you guys remember
I mean,
the birds? No, the what were they called?
Talking
The
about
riding.
eggs.
Yeah.
Eggs pigs, yes.
It's odd you could ask
Well,
me. With 5,000 gold pieces, you could buy anything you like.
So shall we take the 5,000 gold pieces?
It seems.
Or does anybody have any better ideas?
No, let's just take it.
This is what the creature looks
Okay,
like, by the way.
I guess.
Speak.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So she says, well,
I guess it will help with the journey.
it's going to take me a little bit of time to gather the gold. I need to go through various channels. As an act of good faith, though, well, let us see this pot.
Oh, yes.
Show me what it can do.
Can you have somebody deliver some water to this room? We can demonstrate it immediately.
How much to fill it up, was it?
It holds a maximum of 30 gallons if you want to feed all 120 people.
Then let's just put it in
Of course.
downstairs, fill it up. Otherwise, we're just wasting food today.
Yeah. So
maybe not. Are we showing it to the people immediately? Or do you want to keep this discreet?
just for now, let's keep it discreet. If water is what you need, then I can get water easily enough. And she calls for water, and a suitable amount of water is bought. Do you fire it up?
Okay. We'll pour it inside and start stirring.
and it starts boiling, and a rather nice stew is done. And she says, "May I?"
Of course, be my guest.
And she gets a cup and dips it in. Well, that is truly remarkable. So, as I was starting to say, I can indeed get you this 5,000 gold pieces, but not all at once. There are certain channels. As a show of good faith, though, here is 1,000 gold pieces, and if you return tomorrow, I will have the remaining balance for you.
Thank you, and use this cauldron wisely.
Yes.
Oh, but of course, just to be in the honest of openness, we will not be feeding them tomorrow. We need to set up systems so it gets to all the right places. I want to do this, and I want to do it right. Just announcing that we have all this thing is going to cause chaos in this town, perhaps even riots. So I need a little bit of time to organize things and do this properly.
Yeah, that's a good decision.
Yes, and I don't think mention will be made of this cauldron. Perhaps people suspect something magical is behind it, but I will manage this carefully. As I said, the people of Bryn Shander are my primary concerns.
And just a small thing. Before this winter came, how was the situation with the food supply here in the Dales, in the towns?
It was a lot better. I mean, we've been eking knucklehead trout for generations, and that's fine. But we could farm. We had potatoes, carrots, vegetables, all sorts of things, and we'd store those up for when the winter came. Because the winter still came, but we knew the summer was, and spring and summer wasn't that far away. So during the spring and summer months, we could grow crops. But the biggest problem is this endless cold. Is it possible to crop anything of note? And so we're forced to live on this knucklehead trout. So things were good. We're never going to be a Waterdeep or somewhere like that, but we got by. So if the winter ends, we can start planting our crops again, and things will be better.
And how would you see if the winter ends, when the winter ends? How would this cauldron affect the towns, do you think? Would it be a problem in that case, or would it just be...
It would be useful, but I'd consider it essential at the moment.
Yes. Well, thank you, Miss Shane, and I hope we can cooperate in the future as well.
Yes, I hope so. While this was a difficult transaction, and you've no doubt profited from it, from a small fortune, I think you have a friend in Bryn Shander and a friend in Speaker Shane as well.
Yeah, and I hope you can understand our dilemma. I hope. It's difficult for all these towns now.
It is. You seem like good folk. I have business to attend to. I have much to organize on top of my normal duties. But good day. Return tomorrow at some point, and I'll have the remaining balance for you, and then I can start undergoing the difficult task of feeding my fellow Bryn Shanderians.
We might not be able to make it back tomorrow. It might be a few days, for we are on the hunt for the Ice Knife Killer.
Well, I will have it for you whenever you need it. But if you have urgent business elsewhere, then return.
Thank you. And just, if you ever have the opportunity to help people, even if it's outside of your town, I hope you can take it.
She gives you a polite nod.
I return it and walk away.
Okay. And you got my whisper there, Stax?
Yep.
Okay, so you can do with that what you will. And where do you guys go back? Do you go back to the house of the Morning Lord?
We got 1,000 gold right now, didn't we?
Yes,
Yeah?
you have 1,000 gold, so feel free to split that up as you see appropriate.
Nice.
Well, let's get some more gear. Not sure what you guys all want, but I've got a small list that might aid me.
Do you guys
Yes.
want some axe beaks?
Yeah, we're
So
probably...
can you ride an X-Beak?
Uh-huh.
Ah,
Awesome.
Do we need to know animal handling to be able to ride them?
They are the ones, if you do get them, they'll be broken in effectively. This will halve your travelling time between townships. They have a base speed of 50, for example. So they're pretty fast.
And they may get eaten by anything that attacks us.
It could, yep. It's you're literally a walking bucket of KFC here, so yeah, it's possible. Yep.
Okay, then I suggest we each take an X-Beak. I'd also like to buy a bit more sturdy leather armor to be a bit more protected.
oh, yeah.
And
That's a good idea.
So you can buy
And
anything.
I would-
You can buy anything in town that's in the player's handbook in Bryn Shander. The domesticated axe beak will cost you 50 gold pieces. So if you want one, you have one, and it costs you 50 gold pieces. And it will halve your travel time between towns. And what else are you looking for?
I'd like to look for some studded leather.
I'd like to join Stacks in that endeavor as well.
Okay, studded leather armor will set you back 45 gold pieces.
$95.
Anything else?
Can I find some just plain oil, some lantern oil flasks?
Yes, you can. For a flask of oil. Flask of oil is 1 silver piece.
Then I'm probably going to take 5 of those.
Sure.
Can I get some alcohol? Something harder for the travel, you know.
Yes, you can. I'll say for a flask of stiff alcohol, which I assume is what you're after, will set you back 5 silver pieces. And this alcohol is functional in that it'll warm you and get you drunk if you drink enough. But in terms of, it's very much moonshine type of liquor. Designed to keep you warm and get you drunk, but beyond that, not very tasty, but does get the job done.
It's fine. I take 2 for 1 gold piece.
Sure. Anything else?
Guys, is there anything else we were missing in the last couple of days?
I would like to buy some spell components, but not yet. I'll save that for our big cash arrival next time.
Okay. And are you returning for the... This is getting towards the end of the day now. You did travel from Targos. Do you stop at the house of... Do you rest at the house of the Morning Lord?
Depends. Do we want to travel the night, or do we want to... I guess I could use Druidcraft to see if it's about to... if a blizzard is coming, but...
No blizzard is coming. Just merely bad weather.
I wouldn't mind staying here for the night, and because it's a pretty long journey before we get to the next town. And
That is true.
Plus, if the speaker has our money tomorrow, we can take it. Otherwise, we'll have to come back at sometime in the future.
that is true, but then again, it wouldn't be too bad to just leave it here and not walk around with 4,000 gold pieces.
We didn't get anything in writing.
True. Then let's pick it up tomorrow.
Okay, so you return back.
Or at least if she doesn't have the money ready, we'll get something in writing, hopefully.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
so you return
during
back.
the night,
Mhm,
in the,
yep.
I'd probably go to to Mishan for quick prayer, just to join her, and not really believing, but well, what can it hurt that I hopefully made the right decision. And I'd also would like to go to Copper Knobber Knocker
Mm-hmm.
for a quick chat.
Okay, so
And I'd probably take Theodore with me, just to let him meet another gnome.
Yay.
Yes, so you do spend some time in prayer with the Mishan, and she knows you're not necessarily a follower of the Morning Lord, but she appreciates the gesture nevertheless. And you go up top, and because Copper Knobber Knocker is indeed the gnome that rents the space above the temple, above the house, and he sees you and says, "Ah, Stax! Ha! Good to see you, lad. Come inside.
Good to see you too, man. How are you doing? First off, please meet my new friend Theodore.
Theodore, a
I
fellow
met along the
gnome.
way.
Nice to meet you," and he shakes your hands firmly.
I shake his head firmly as well.
Always
Nice to meet another gnome as well.
Ah, of course. Pleasure to meet another gnome. Oh, Stax, well, I'm cold and miserable, but that's not saying much. Pretty much everywhere is cold and miserable, but I do my best to get worried, but get by. But I don't mean you burden with something with Stax, but I do have a bit of a problem.
The problem is still nothing about Macraeades.
Yes, it's exactly that problem. As you know, he's a bit of a tinkerer himself, and I think he was working on a way to end this winter. But he's disappeared and he hasn't come back. Would you mind keeping an maybe? I know he was in the Black Cabin, which is a little bit north of Lonelywood. Maybe if you get a chance and you're heading in that direction, you could look in on him. I'm
Of
a bit
course,
worried.
next time I'm there. We're going in the wrong direction this time, but I know the woods around Lonelywood quite well at the moment, and it should be a bit safer around that area right now.
It's a bit further north of Lonelywood, and he brings you out a map, and he shows you where it is on the map. And he highlights it. Are you guys on the map? You are. This is right up north. There's this black cabin. It's interesting that the very first structure that he built in the whole of the 10 towns was the black cabin. Some old prospector. I assume it's still standing, but that's where my Kratos went. But if you could look at him, I know he thought he could make a device that could end Frostmaiden's the eternal winter. So perhaps if you could look on him, if you have a chance, that would be most appreciated.
Of course, well, At the moment, we're on a different mission.
But
But
of course, of course.
I think it shouldn't be too long before we can have time to head that direction. But thank you for letting me know, 'cause it is quite important to me.
Okay. So you continue talking, you catch up, I assume you relay adventures that you've been having with Lonelywood, Tourmaline, and so on, and he enjoys the good
Yep.
yarn. Is there anything else you want to touch base with Copper about, or you good?
No, that's it.
Okay, so you're...
I would just ask him. Do you? I came here on behalf of my clan, a dwarven clan. Actually, I was a crafter there, but I volunteered to come to the north to search for rare ores or magical items or anything similar, anything interesting that I could bring back to them. Would you happen to know any information or rumors where something like that could be found?
The most interesting thing here, in terms of ore, is a type of stone. Now, the stone it tends to take magical properties quite easily. It's called Chardolin. Have you heard of this?
I have not. Please tell me more.
Well, this Chardolin, let me just get my notes. Yeah, so the Chardolin it's a black metal. It is cold to the touch. It makes, as I said, magical qualities quite easily. It's cold to the touch. It readily accepts magical enhancements. It makes an ideal substance for wands, staffs, and other magic items. What I heard from a friend of mine is he did a detect evil and a detect good on it, and it tends to take those properties as well. So it could be a desecrated or a blessed piece of this item. Yeah. That's about all I know. I haven't seen any of it myself. But if enough was found, truly remarkable things could be done with it.
And do you happen to know where others found it or heard of it?
I know there are some...
Where can I look?
Well, there were actually some shards of it in Bryn Shander, but they were stolen. And they were stolen from what we assume from the tracks they were left from dwarves. But no one saw them come and no one saw them leave, so we're not sure. But we did have some, but for whatever reasons, the dwarves came, and the dark dwarves, the Duragar, in fact. We suspect it's Duragar, we don't know. But we know the Duragar can turn invisible, and they did appear to be dwarven prince. And the interesting thing is they stole the Chardolin. There were other things of value there, but they did not take it. It seems they were only interested in the Chardolin.
Thank you. I will keep an eye out for this ore, and for the Duragar, of course.
Okay. Well, good night. I'm tired. I need to sleep. And he wishes you goodbye, Stax, and same with Theodore. And you return down to the first level of the House of the Morning Lord. As anybody has any other business, you can get your long rest in. And, yeah.
So, where did you guys go?
Sorry, we had a bit of a chat with a different gnome that is renting the place upstairs.
Ah,
he told us some interesting information about a specific type of metal that Theodore asked for, and I relayed the information, and also about a friend of his that is possibly in trouble. Macraeus. How do I pronounce it?
I'll look up the pronunciation guide. I'll work out exactly how to pronounce it. Just give me a moment.
So, if that's okay with you, I'd like to check in on him if we've got the time. He lives in a small cabin northeast of Lonelywood.
Yes, of course. We'll add it to our task list.
Yeah. And Theodore, would it be possible if you transfer the enhancement of the bow to the longbow tonight? Or tomorrow morning?
First thing in the morning. No, it's on my schedule. Just remind me when we get up. I'll do it immediately.
Thank you.
Yeah, so just assume that's done. It's easy enough to do in the morning. And it's Macraeus.
Mhm.
And there's the Shardland. Okay, so you get the good night's rest in. It's almost like you're sleeping. It's almost like sleeping in your own bed, Stax. You have slept here for a wee while, and you all rest up. A simple meal is provided for you, and breakfast is done, and the morning is yours.
By the way, did you say the Black Cabin was the first building ever to be raised in Icewind Dale?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay.
Interesting.
According to the gnome, at least, it's the very first building that was built here, the Black Cabin.
As we eat breakfast, I'm gonna say, did you guys remember in Bremen there was this rumor about these dwarves in Brinchander that was looking for a lost shipment?
Indeed. Did we say that it sank on the lake, or did it get lost somewhere on the ground on the?
I think it was that they were here in Brinchander and they were, I don't know, just looking for a lost shipment or something.
I believe that is correct, but I also believe it was just not too important and just some extra money. And as much as I would like to help everyone, every day we're wasting is a chance that we miss the ice knife killer in Dugan's Hall.
Yes, yeah, I agree. We can't stretch ourselves too thin.
So, what is our plan? Should we go to East Haven to pick up our reward and inform them of the fishermen, or down to Dugan's Hole to look for the suspect?
We could let's look for the killer first, and on our way back up north, we could stop by East Haven.
Okay. We can stop by in Goodmead to check if they apprehended the suspect. If your messenger arrived, of course.
Yes.
Gentlemen, we have a plan.
This might influence your decision, given that you have your axe beaks now, which are, by the way, foul, grumpy creatures. They're always snapping at each other, and they're happy enough for you to ride on them, but they're grumpy animals, no doubt. Given that your travel times are now halved, so you could get to East Haven in about 3.5 hours. And if you wanted to get to Goodmead directly, it'll take you about 3 hours. So all of a sudden, things are a lot closer. So, given that you know this now, where would you like to go?
I'd still suggest Goodmead.
Sure, I'm fine with that.
Okay, so first light. Your axe beaks were suitably stabled, I guess. You can't leave any animals out here, but it's easy enough to do in Bryn Shander. You retrieve your axe beaks. Shrubby gets on Cuddles. And rather awkwardly, Sanara says...
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yes, how shall I ride? I'm pretty slow at the best of times.
It seemed to work fine with the bag of holding, didn't it?
Sanara is not happy, but he gets into the bag of holding.
Oh. Can't we just put in together some gold, like 12.5 gold pieces each, and we've got another axe beak for him to ride on?
That's what, I was gonna ask him if he can ride.
I can ride.
So
I'm fine with chipping in for another X-Pick.
Yeah.
All right. So you do 12.5 gold pieces. Sanara now has an axe beak. Okay. It looks like you want to visit the speaker first. In Bryn Shander?
I think so, just to check. Yeah, if she has the gold already, otherwise just to give us something in written that we've performed, that she owes us 4,000 gold.
Okay, so you meet her. She has not yet got the gold pieces together. And just for the sake of expediency, she writes up a contract saying that she owes you 4,000 gold pieces and will have it done by the end of the day.
Okay, I thank her and we inform her that we're leaving, but we'll be back probably in a few days.
Okay, it's fine. If people want to leave 4,000 gold pieces behind, she has no problem with that. Okay, so you're off to
Keep
Good
it safe.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so you get on your axe beaks. Takes a little bit of getting used to. Maybe some of you are more familiar with riding than others. But you do go along there, and according to Stellos's Witherstone, no bad weather is on its way. So it's cold and it's miserable. I wouldn't say you're used to it, but it's at least bearable now. Yeah, and you make your way all the way over to... Whoops. To...
By the way, Shrubby will probably be riding on Snuggles.
Okay. Yep.
We'll have to slow down just a little because Snuggles' speed is 40 feet. If the X-Beaks are like 50 feet, or can he just double move all the time? Keep up.
I like the flavor of Shrubby riding on Snuggle, so let's not worry about the movement speed.
Don't think the Steel Defenders can get exhausted as well, so...
There we go.
No.
Perfect.
Speedy Scorpion.
Okay, so you do make your way over to Goodmead. Let me drag her across to the map there. Here is Goodmead. And what should you know about Goodmead? Garrosh in particular. It's another one town on the smaller side. Population of about 100. To show you some of the map things here. So there's a speaker house, and the speaker is none. There is literally zero. The speaker here was cooled by something called a Verbeeg. A Verbeeg is a type of giant, from what you understand, Garrosh. And they're actually looking for a new town speaker at the moment.
Ooh.
Other things you know about here. There is the Mead Hall, which is the purveyor of good mead's honey wine, which is, if you remember, you did have some honey wine at a previous location. For some reason, the supply of honey wine it's dried up. You're not sure why. And the Shrine of the Flaming Sword is a shrine to Tempest, which is a god of war. And last time you were here, it was vacant. Whoever was running the shrine is now no longer there. But you two arrive in the town of Goodmead. And it's just as you're arriving from this... Oops. So you guys are about there, just entering into Goodmead. A figure lurches out from the woods into plain view, running as fast as he can through the deep snow. Slung over his back are a pair of animal traps, one of which appears to contain a panicked fox. And he just bolted out of the forest and is heading into town. Do you stop him, or do you just let him go?
I'm gonna call out to him. Excuse me, trapper.
Oh. My goodness, I'm sorry. I've just seen something if any man should ever possibly see. I was a bit freaked. Oh, my heart is still racing.
Calm yourself. What is going on?
I was out trapping things, and deep in the woods, I came across 5 militia members who looked like they'd been clubbed to death. I've never seen such a sight. They appear to be massacred. Oh, not massacred, just beaten to death. I don't know what it is. But it's something out there, and they've killed things. It's a concern for sure.
5 of them dead?
5 militiamen from Goodmead dead. And quite frankly, this is not the first time it's happened. It's gotten worse. I've never seen 5 before, but without access to the woods, we can't make the mead, and without the mead, we can't make the new mead. So this is a problem. Anyway, you seem like simple travelers. Don't mean to burden you with the tasks. I'm sure you have other things, but something's not right in those woods.
We actually are wondering about something. Is there someone named Fef Morin here in Goodmead?
Oh, yes, I do know Fef Morin well. He brings out his hand. Fef Morin, nice to meet you. I am Fef Morin.
Oh, nice to meet you. You're actually the one we're looking for.
Oh, what can I help you with?
Some days ago, did a little bird tell you a message?
Yes, warning us about the murderer, the guy going around killing people, apparently.
Yes, that was me, actually. You were the only one that we have heard of that we were staying here, so we sent the messenger bird to you first. Did you relay the message?
Well, I would relay it to the speaker, but the speaker is unfortunately dead. There are 2 people, though, who are vying to become the leader of the town. I passed it on to both of them, and they both made a show of that they would deal with the problem. But as far as I know, they didn't do anything about it.
Do you know if Torga Icefame is in town, or if he has passed through recently?
They went headed south to Dugan's Hall maybe a week ago. They haven't come back since.
Okay.
How did the previous speaker die?
the previous speaker died, killed by a verbeeg, which is was like a giant type creature that's been wandering the woods. Maybe it was a verbeeg that crushed the militia, but it is a problem, and the mead will not flow unless I get it.
Well, if Torga's still down south, we might have some time to look at this place. What do the rest of you think?
Yes, we could go to Dugan's Hold and catch him there, but I don't know. We could look into this case of the dead militiamen, either now or on our way back up.
Well, if I might be so bold, I mean, good mead is literally keeps people alive. It is one of the very precious few things we have that is not knucklehead trout, and it keeps people alive. It's a good source of calories, if nothing else.
Well, then,
Is it just me
if
that
that's
can't
okay
hear
with you
Malcolm?
guys, I suggest we go on a hunt. Hopefully, it's
Can you guys hear me?
can manage this one quickly.
I can hear you.
Especially if this
Okay.
has killed 5 people recently.
Oh, more than 5. It's like more than 10, but this is by far the biggest attack that I've done. So the odd person died, but now 5 people died. Yeah, and every tavern in Icewind Dale has been accustomed to receiving regular mead deliveries, but the town can't produce or deliver it fast enough in the best of time. But our deliveries have been halted because of these the creatures in the forest. So if you want to help the entirety of the 10 towns, then not to be so bold, but perhaps the murderer can wait. It's just one person. But it's up to you. I don't mean to speak for you.
That's a good case. We'll have to discuss it a bit. Sorry, thank you for your time, Mr. Morin.
Oh, no problem.
But
No problem.
at the same time, please wait, because if you could lead us to the dead militia,
Oh, I'm not
that
going
is a
back
good
in
place
there.
to start hunt.
I'm not going back in there. You could follow my tracks back into the forest, but I'm not going back. Not something I wish to see again.
But do you not wish to have this stopped?
I do.
You are the one that knows this forest probably much better than we do.
If
We
you're
do
a
not want you to fight.
If you're a half decent trekker, you can just follow my tracks back in there. It'll take you 10 minutes into the forest and you'll find the dead militiamen. But I'm not going back.
That's okay. It must have been a frightful sight.
It was a frightful sight.
Okay. So what do you guys think? What should we do?
I'm itching for a bit of a mystery.
Is there anywhere where we can just get a meal before we continue with the whatever investigation or job we're gonna do?
Yes.
So one quick piece more of information. While this was a grisly sight that I found, the town speaker did order this giant creature, the verbeeg we've been calling it. It came in just about 2 days ago, and it stole 3 cases of mead, which is almost liquid gold in these times. And they loaded it onto a dog sled and headed further into a forest. And when our dearly departed town speaker tried to prevent the theft, the verbeeg killed him. So, if nothing else, you can perhaps get revenge for our town speaker. The town would be most appreciative. But if you're looking for a place to stay, to rest up in the meantime, there's no better place than the mead hall itself.
Yeah, I guess at least for half an hour or an hour, we
Yeah.
could get some rest, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So heading
Gotta
over
have
to the
something to
meat
eat.
hall. Yeah. So yes, you head over to. Okay. Hopefully that
Or
resolves itself, Theodore.
yeah. Otherwise, I'll restart Discord. For now, I just disconnected and reconnected, and it was fine. But then it cut out again.
Same's happening on my side, by the way.
Oh, okay. That is annoying.
Yeah, I saw you coming in and out.
Yeah. So you
But yeah, we're going to the meat hall.
the meat
Yeah.
hall. You head over to the meat hall. It's a pretty standard tavern. It's fairly busy. There's a large fire heated space. But it's interesting. The bees, which you assume make the honey, there's a space specifically set aside for them. Almost a little outside area where the bees can come and keep warm, and you see beehives out there. So, Goodmead is devoting valuable fire heating spaces to the acts of bee husbandry and the nurturing of beehives. And as you wander around town, despite the cold conditions, there's a constant drone of bees. You can hear it throughout the town. Most of the residents seem accustomed to the buzzing and the bees. They don't mind the bees buzzing around them. They know bees is literally the lifeblood of this town. But the beehives are kept warm, but the rest of the town is not. It seems as if these people are sacrificing warmth to Oriel in the hope that that will end it. So the sacrifice for Goodmead is warmth. So while there's a fireplace here, it's pretty much used exclusively for the beads. And yeah, you sit down and some ale, not some mead. It appears mead is off the menu for now at least. But for a good copper pieces, you can get yourself some ale.
Yeah, and is there anything to eat as well?
Yep, knucklehead trout.
It's of course, it's probably like noon, and we should get some lunch, right?
Yeah, so throw in say a silver piece, and you can get a meal of boiled knucklehead trout.
Okay, I'll order trout for myself as well.
Yeah. I also order some trout and dark ale.
Okay.
Yeah, me too.
As we're sitting here, I told you guys about that pinging sound I heard a few days ago, right? Or at least starting when I
Yeah,
got
the
this
one
crystal.
that was getting more and more frequent.
It has changed again. Before it was some gibberish sounds, but right now I can actually hear words. I do not understand the language, however, and I've tried to put it to paper as best I can. It's only phonetic, of course, because I don't even know if the language I'm writing in is this script. So I'm gonna try to read this out loud to you, and hopefully one of you guys can recognize this language.
So Stax, you read it off. It's a very unusual, guttural kind of a language. And I checked everybody's languages, and nobody speaks the language. So you do a pretty
God
good
damn it.
job of recording it and mimicking it. No one has a foggiest idea what you're talking about, what the message is.
Strange.
Could everyone type their languages in the text so I know which one we can tick off? I want to get to the bottom of this because it's a message in my goddamn head.
You can just click on the language in your proficiencies, and it will list it.
That's a bit wonky, but yeah.
Common, a lot of dwarvish.
Nope, and I speak primordial
It
and
is not.
elvish.
It is not primordial.
Well, that's all I've got for now. Might wanna find some linguistic people in either East Haven or Brunshenda. Maybe someone can understand what this is.
Yes.
But for now,
ask around.
let's eat.
Yes. I'm starving.
Okay, so
Can I look around the meat hall and just see if I see anyone interesting or anything interesting?
sure, make an investigation check.
See a lot.
Okay,
I see the waitress. The waitress is not wearing a bra. The tavern keeper should change his underwear.
Okay. You do pick up on some rumors. You hear people talking about how some people have dealt with the monster in Bremen. And by the way, a similar type of thing is happening here. You're getting a lot of looks, and no one's really approaching you. But when you look and you catch the people, they give you like a respectful nod back towards you. You hear about Kirkonic, which you've varied recently. There's rumors that the place has been beset by vandals and thieves, and the suspicion is it's Duragar. But they also ground that that they don't talk nicely about the town speaker, Trovis, a dragonborn. You also hear rumors from Kir Dinaval about how Speaker Krennic has fallen ill and hasn't been seen for a long time now. So he's very ill. But you also hear talk about the death of the town speaker. There's two people trying to vie for the speaker. There's one person called... there's one, a red-headed shield dwarf logger named Shanda Froth, who is well respected, considered a good solid dwarf. But there's also a middle-aged woman who makes casks for the famous Goodmead stuff. Oh, sorry, there's an O in front of that. So those are the two people who are vying for the things. So there's a logger and a barreler. And those are the two people, and people are debating about which would be the best for them. Yep. And Olive, with a natural 20, Olive Sa doesn't really want to be the town speaker, but she is very well respected here, and she thinks the people think she will do a good job, but she's needing her arm twisted. And that's what you pick up with your investigation of a natural 20.
Okay. I probably also hear a few comments on the nice metallic ride that's parked outside.
Oh, it gets looks, yes, and your axe speaks are outside as well. And you also hear people talking about you as well, and they're talking about you with great respect. It seems the news of you travels faster than you yourself. Okay, but you get your meal, you get your mead, What does the party wish to do next?
What do you guys think? Should we investigate these murders? It seems important to these people.
Of course. I mean, we are the heroes of 10 towns, or at least becoming
Very much
heroes.
Apparently, although I'm not very comfortable with everyone knowing who we are already. It's weird.
Yeah, but still, we are trying to do as much good here as possible, so we might as well look into it. Maybe we could talk to somebody who knows people around town to see who the militiamen were or why they were in the forest. I assume defending the town or patrolling, but you never know. Maybe they should have been in town and not outside of it.
I would just go. I mean, come on. We've been just going through the snow and there was no fun. Like, we need to split something in half.
That is true. A simple hunt to kill some evil creature does sound quite pleasing, to be honest.
Someone killed the guards. The guards are the good guys, right? It seems simple to me. I think.
Yes, could be good with a simple monster hunt or nothing that troubles our morals for a while, at least.
So we start by looking at the crime scene.
Okay.
Sounds like a good place to start.
Yeah, so you make your way out of the mead hall, your belly's full temporarily at least, and you head to the edge of the forest. And as the person you met there, it is indeed quite easy to follow the tracks inside. And you do follow the tracks, and after about 10-20 minutes inside of the woods, amid the snow-covered pines, you discover the remains of 5 militia members who look like they were clubbed to death, and newly fallen snow has already begun to settle on their corpses. And you see some rather large footprints heading deeper into the forest. They're so obvious you don't even need a survival check. But if anybody wants to have a closer look at the tracks, they can make me a survival check if they so choose.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Just to see what type of creature, if it would truly be bigger than average human.
It is definitely a large, giant type creature. Oh, yes. Seems as if your guidance has come back on. That was strange. But yeah, definitely a large giant.
Compared to the undead giant, the skeleton giant that we fought, is the footprint bigger or smaller?
Within 15 on survival? Hard to say, but Stax, you think it's not quite as big as that frost giant you fought?
I'm gonna look at the dead bodies to try and see what weapon they were killed with.
A club. Big old club. Nothing subtle about it.
Can I search through the bodies to see if I get any information off of them? What they were carrying or any orders that they had with them?
You search through them. They do all have a long sword on them and a shield and leather armor. You don't find any orders on them. They're very obviously part of the town militia. They're wearing the garb of the town, which is a stylized mug with an antler swans kind of on the side of it. But apart from that, nothing really strikes your attention. It seems like people in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Gentlemen, do you think we should gather these bodies and bring them back to town? Give them a proper burial?
I think we
I
should
mean-
return them and also leave the each X beaks behind next time.
Yeah. And
Yes.
I think we can stash like 2 or 3 bodies into the bag of holding, and if Garrosh and I can also carry one with Snuggles.
Well,
So yeah, we're pretty capable of carrying all 5 of them
Easy enough.
in one go.
And where are you taking them?
Mm,
What are you doing?
That is a different question. To the outskirts of town, and then we'll ask somebody what to do with them, I guess.
Okay, so you pick them up in various ways and get them back to town, and you bump into the same person you met before. What was his name?
Fef Morin.
Yeah, Fifth. Fifth says, "Oh yeah, leave them here. I'll get some other militia members, and we'll take them to the families, and we'll discuss with them what they wish to do with it. But leave it with us. We've got this."
Okay, we'll be going back to where they were murdered and
Sure.
see what we can find out.
Okay, best of luck. to you.
Can you take care of these egg beaks? Just tie them up somewhere and feed them maybe a little bit. We don't want to take them with us.
Sure. And he grabs the reins of the X-Beaks, and they start to pick him. So, damn it, both the animals. And he does take them on. You see him tying him up. And you also see through his thick leather clothes some little spots of blood starting to seep through.
I'll give him a couple of gold for the trouble.
Thank you. You're too kind. Yeah, but the X-Beaks definitely didn't like him. I mean, to be honest, they don't like you. But at least they're not attacking you like they did this poor gentleman. But you head back to the scene of where these people were, and yeah. The tracks are pretty obvious. I mean, it's literally done by a giant. So do you wish to follow the tracks?
shall I try to stealth ahead a bit, just to give you guys a warning?
Yes, that seems good.
Okay.
And
Stealth ahead.
may Moradin guide your silent steps.
Oh man, that's pathetic, Stacks. 28. Come on.
Yeah, it's a low roll.
Useless.
I know.
Useless. All right. Yeah, you scout ahead. You get a good 10 minutes, we'll say, in front of everybody else, and you guys follow the tracks. So Stax is leading the way up ahead. Who's leading the rest of the group?
I could lead.
Okay. As you're following behind Stax, you get a small snowball. Hits you right in the face. And you look around. And the creatures that you've seen before, the Chwinga, I'll show you a picture, sits back and smiles back at you.
I'm gonna smile back at the Twingo and create a snowball in my hands and throw it back at it.
Make me an attack roll. I know you're not trying to kill.
Okay.
Well, I assume you're not trying to kill the thing.
No, just playing.
Yeah.
That's the
Yeah, what do
D20. Do I have any bonuses to that? My dexterity and
Yeah.
proficiency?
Sure. So 16. Oh, 16 total. It does hit the Chingwas firmly in the face, and it falls backwards down the snowbank as it hits quite well. But then it comes back up again. And it kind of brushes the snow off your face and then throws another one at you.
Oh,
I'll just roll a d20. But this time you dodge out the way. No problem.
I'm gonna make another snowball. I say, this brings me back. Snowball fight! I'm gonna throw another snowball.
Okay. That one it dodges under. But then it smiles at you, seemingly amused by this, and comes right up onto your feet. These are tiny little creatures, and starts climbing up the rather gigantic frame of Stello. Do you stop it? Do you let it to climb up on you, or what do you do?
Yeah, I'm gonna climb up and say, that tickles.
Okay, the Chwinga, I think that's how you say it, smiles, and then it taps you on the head, and then disappears back into the snow.
Fun little creatures.
They are, aren't they?
I'm just going to whisper something to you, Stello.
Okay.
And I'll let you do with this what you will. But you know you can do this now.
Okay.
Theodore also has one still, right?
Maybe not the same one,
No, true.
but I do still have the charm they gave me. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, just remembered. Completely forgot about it.
Oh, that's fun.
But the twin guard disappears into the forest. And you continue through. And Stax, you come across. It seems to lead into a cave. Do you wait for your companions to approach you before you go much further in?
I'd probably check the entrance a little bit, but I won't go in yet.
Okay. Okay, so the entrance to it, from what you see, is there. So the trail culminates in a rocky hillside with pine trees growing around its base. And set into it, you see there are 3 cave entrances you can see inside. Actually, I'll just drag you guys across to the map. So you should have your vision on, and all your companions are there. The Steel Defender. Oh, that token's transparent. Interesting.
Intentionally. I can make a background, like a white background if you wish.
That's fine. I've just never seen a transparent token like that before. It's pretty cool. So you immediately see 3 cave. I assume you guys see the map okay? No problems?
Yep.
Yep. So there's this frozen creek emerges from this entrance over here. And you see there's this one here is a very much an actual carved out entrance. Like it's the walls of it are very symmetrical. And this cave over here is big and yawning, and there is some flickering lights you can see inside. You're not quite sure what it is, but the tracks you are following definitely go into this cave here. That's what you see.
Okay, and then I'm gonna wait for the rest to arrive, probably somewhere behind these trees.
Actually, that's fine. Actually, make me an investigation check just to have a look around while you're waiting for the stacks. That's good enough. You actually discover another cave entrance over here that is not immediately obvious. And what you notice from this entrance
Sorry.
over here is some bones and skull and tusks of what you assume was a long dead mammoth. There's a fourth entrance. Since you took the time, there's a fourth entrance over to the east.
Okay. So then I would have walked over to this side a bit.
Yeah, so you see the tusks here, right? So there's a
Yeah.
fourth entrance. But your companions arrive back over here. What do you guys wish to do?
So the flickering light was from this side, right?
Or from here. The flickering light
Yeah.
coming from here. And this is where the tracks that you are following lead.
So guys, the tracks lead there, but I see a lot of entrances. There are actually 4 of them in total. Do we wish to proceed straight on, or shall I try to peek around the corner of the other side? Maybe we can set up an ambush from that area.
We don't know what's inside. Well, first of all, Shrubby, would you get off Snuggles and just stand somewhere and pretend you're a bush?
Come on. I don't need to pretend to be a bush. I am a bush.
Yeah, but
Shrubby goes over here, puts his roots down, and just looks like any other tree. You know, I can help you guys.
Exactly.
You know, I'm not useless. I can help out.
well, for now, just keep an eye out if somebody comes out of the cave and warn us.
Okay, so I'm on lookout. Got it.
Yeah, you're the most important person here right now.
Okay. And Shrubby looks like a shrub. That's no other way to say it. Does an excellent impression of one, and you assume Shrubby's actively looking for people, anything else that approaches. So Shrubby is on lookout. Probably more
Of course,
somewhere
the
over
colorful ribbons will give him away, just so we can find him. So we can find him later.
here. So he doesn't perfectly look like a shrub. He's just a shrub with a good face. Okay.
Okay, so I mean, it probably isn't a good idea to split up until we look at the caves and where they lead. Do you want to explore them a little until you find something?
I think that's a good idea. But yeah, I'll just look around the corner, and
Are you stealthily
when in
doing it?
trouble, and definitely.
Okay.
If I see anything or I'm in trouble, I'll.
Before he goes, I'll give him guidance again.
Okay.
Yeah.
So make your stealth check, Stax.
Wow, much
Only
better.
31 this time. It's terrible. So we do stealth. Okay. So just kind of keep going square by square, and I'll let you know if you see something. You get over the mammoth bones, and there's not much else of interest there. And you do see flickering coming from over here.
Okay. First, I'm quickly gonna peek around in this corner.
It seems that that's not a cave entrance. It just leads off into wilderness.
Okay. Is the flickering coming from the left or the right?
Left. Okay.
Oh.
Well,
Sorry, my map is doing completely crazy things.
okay.
Yeah.
So let you know a couple of things. Firstly, up to the north here, there is a dead-end cavern, and there's a pit in the side of it. Now you'd have to get closer to see what's inside of this pit, but it does go down about 20 feet. This pit up here. And glancing down there, which you can see, yes, you see there's probably a fire here, which is the source of that flickering light. And you hear lots of braying noises. And you get a look, and you see some goats and sheeps held up in a pen down here. Yep, you can see all of them. Bunch of sheep, bunch of goats making sheep and goat noises. But by far the most interesting thing in here, and he doesn't appear to have noticed you, is a great big huge creature. It's interesting, like most actually I have some art here. Let me show you the art if you give me just a second. And I'll show everybody because you'll see it eventually. It's two pieces of art actually. This is what you saw when you approached it. These are the various entrances into the cave. And this is the how the creature looks. So this is the creature looks, but it's not doing what's shown in the picture, but it's about 10 feet tall, and it's just got a little bone. It's got a spear, and it's just sharpening its spear absent-mindedly. That's what you see. It doesn't appear to have noticed you.
I'll take a few steps back around the corner, but staying here, and I'm quickly going to look up my magical item because I think it's just purely silent speech.
Okay.
And then I'm going to talk to Stello, tell him what I see. So
With your
there's
telepathy? Yep. It is
my
silent.
telepathy, 120 feet. So that should easily cover it. So the cavern you see in front of you with the flickering light, it leads to the creature's lair. It has also got a lot of sheep and goat. And he seems to be sharpening its spear. I'm not sure how we want to proceed from this one.
Can I respond?
I don't know. Is telepathy two-way?
That's a good question.
So it was. I'm gonna say it's as per the spell. You and the target can share words, images, sounds, and other sensory messages with one another. I'll say it's a two-way communication. You can talk back and forth. So
Okay.
yes, you can talk back and forth.
You've seen the giants?
Yes.
And what else? Sheep? Goat?
Sheep, goat, they're caught in a pen. As far as I can tell, I'm just on the opposite side of the tunnel that you can see with the flickering lights.
By the way, I can't really see much. Is it completely dark?
No, it's not. Maybe. Let me just check garage. No, not sure why that's happening. You can't see anything, garage?
Oh, Stello.
Oh, Stello, sorry.
Probably just a torch range instead of bright light.
I can see a bit of the goat pen, but on the map at least, but I can't see around me or anything else actually.
Let's try. Is that better?
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay. So yeah, Stax, you talk to, who was it? I can't remember.
Stello.
Stello? Yeah.
Yeah. What do you suppose we do? Should we ambush this big creature?
Yeah, I think that's the best option. What we might want to do is that you approach it from the front and perhaps sneak or perhaps attack, and then we make a bit of a pincer move. And
Yes.
if you can stealth up on him, we take him fully by surprise. And if I notice him noticing you guys, then I just attack him before he attacks. So that's a bit of a... I can always make sure that you guys are not surprised by it, by keeping you up to date.
That's good. I'll relay this information to the others and say that we could stealth up and I could use some magic to shield us, make us more stealthy, so we all get a jump on the guy. What do you guys think?
Are we sure he's hostile?
I'm gonna say back to Stello. No, I can't speak back to Stax now. But I'm not sure. But it does seem to fit the description of the giant that killed the speaker.
Okay.
If you want, we can always ask and smash later.
Can do that.
Might be a good idea. I don't want to kill innocent people.
Yes.
I mean, giants.
I could try conversing with him. I do know the giant tongue.
That would be wonderful. And if he turns out to be hostile, I'm sure we can overwhelm him.
So,
Especially with stacks hidden inside.
Zello, what do you guys think we should do?
Well, we should discern his motives first. If we're looking for, I mean, if he not just kill this guy sitting in his hovel, tending to his sheep, that would be pretty bad. But I can try conversing with him, and if you see things go bad, we could turn to our weapons and spells.
All right. I'll keep an eye out from the back.
Okay.
You head on in.
Yes. I'll go in a bit first, and you guys see if it's... well, you'll know if things go bad, I suppose.
Are you stealthing it?
I'm gonna just cast Possible Trace just to...
Okay.
So you guys get it if you're close to me, at least. Yeah, so... Yeah, I'm stealthing in, just to see if I can get closer before I initiate conversation.
Okay, Shanra... Sana, sorry. He's going to sneak up. And he's going to sneak just right around this corner here. He's going to wait there. And so everybody's got cast without a trace. So if you want to stealth up, obviously stealth, plus 10 to your stealth.
Okay, so I'm gonna peek around the corner and see the giants. I'm just gonna turn to the others and say, wish me luck. And I'm gonna stride out and say in giant, greetings, fellow tall giant. Is this yours?
And he picks up his club and goes to attack you.
I take a shot.
Let's do some initiative rolls.
Would it be fair to say that Stax had a attack prepared with this?
I think that would be fair. Yes. I like
By the way,
I like the way you guys played diplomacy works first. It's definitely an admirable trait. But sometimes people just want to smash you.
Snuggles doesn't have its own initiative. He goes on my initiative, so you
Okay.
can delete him.
I got one for your mummy friend, so we'll get rid of that one. Don't know why his old name came up. Anyway, actually, I'm going to take your Steel Defender off, and I'm going to drag the actual... I did this before the game started. I was still saying Steel Defender. Snuggles, damn it. Snuggles. Okay, so Snuggles is there. I think you put him right there, correctly labelled.
Yep.
Stax, you get first shot. Now at advantage because he didn't know you were there.
And this time it means 3d20. Because of elven accuracy.
Okay. So what, you get to roll another d20?
No, it's already added in here.
Oh, okay, cool.
I've
24.
added another macro.
Nice. So it does hit the creature, that the arrow sinks in deep, and he screams out in pain and turns his attention to this little lithe elven girl that shot him, which she wasn't expecting. If no one else is surprised or prepared, yeah, so it's back to you, Stax.
Yeah, well, for my first round, I would have probably run around over to this corner, try to hide behind this corner. That's possible. As my bonus action.
Just check one thing.
Or was it just a held action?
It would have had to been a held action, actually. And you can only take that action on a readied action.
Okay.
So your readied action goes off. It's now your turn. So you run over here.
Yeah, I'm gonna take another shot from this.
Okay.
No, I'm gonna. What I'm gonna do? I want that sneak attack and advantage. So I'm just gonna stand here and.
Since it's a new round, he can hide as a bonus action, right?
That is true.
Yeah, true. Well, in that case, I'm just gonna hide around this corner and try to shoot it afterwards.
Okay.
No guidance.
Okay. That's your bonus action. That's your movement and your bonus action.
Yeah, so then I'm gonna peek around and shoot it.
Okay.
Does it see me?
No.
17 stealth.
No, you can take another attack with advantage. Stealth. Oh my goodness. 10, 17, 19 points of damage. Okay, got it.
And then we're gonna take one step back as that's my final piece of movement.
Okay. Alright, so Theodore, what does Theodore do?
Theodore will peek around the corner. And he's a large creature, correct?
Yes, definitely a large creature.
Okay. I will just move back here and cast Bless on Stallo, Garrosh, and myself.
Okay. Stella, you are blessed. Theodore, Theodore, you are blessed. Who was the other one?
Stallo, Garrosh, and me.
Okay, good. Okay, so that's your action.
Movement and action, yes, and then as a bonus action, I'll tell Snuggles to move over to the enemy and attack.
Okay.
Basically, he moves and reacts on his own, but I have to order him to take an action with my bonus action.
Okay.
So he will attack you with Force Empowered Rime.
Oh, fortunately, Snuggles does go up and attacks the Marauder, but it almost just steps over top of the Veerbig, steps over top of him. No damage done. You're a mummy. You're a mummy friend, though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm going to see you get on top of this cart and balance by making me an athletics check. Let's see how he does. No problem. So he gets up right on top of him and swings with his massive rotting fist, misses, but then locks the Veerbig directly in the eye and just stares at him. The Veerbig starts shaking. Let's see if it affects him. Wisdom saving. Oh, natural 20, no effect.
Ah,
So Sinar goes up, misses with his fist, glares at him, nothing happens. But he is in combat with him, almost balancing on top of that cart. And Garrosh, you see him charge up ahead of you. What do you do?
I'm actually too far to see anything, so I just... okay, need to move there.
Okay.
Okay, I can actually reach the very big. Incredible. No. Can I go like diagonal? I guess.
Yeah, the first diagonal square you move is 5 feet. But if you take a subsequent diagonal step, it's 10 feet.
Yeah, it's fine. It's 30 from my original position, so it's fine. Okay,
Okay.
so I use action surge to make 2 attacks.
Okay.
I actually hold a shield and a hammer in my main hand,
Okay.
and I attack him. With fainting attack first.
Okay. Okay. So, well, you have advantage. So roll again just in
I
case
have
you get an
advantage on the next.
This is your
on
next
the on the next. Yeah.
attack.
So
Okay.
and I use goading attack so that he has, if I hit, he has disadvantage on attacking anyone else.
Okay. Yep, that hits. Okay. You get a D8 on top of this. Oh, there was already the 3 one there. Okay, yep. Actually, you can get another D8 if you did two maneuvers. So another D8 damage.
It's there already. It's included already.
Oh, I didn't see the 7 there. Okay, sorry. Yep,
Yep.
you're right.
I added it to my sheet, so now it's full.
Okay, so that's cool. And what do I need to roll for the goading attack? Is there a save for it?
All right. I'll have a look. Yeah, on a failed save, a wisdom saving throw, and the DC is
Wow.
14.
Okay, so unless it attacks you, it'll be disadvantage on the roll, correct?
Awesome. Yes.
Okay, cool.
Until my end of next turn.
Okay. Well, with that, the creature is going to attack you. And the spear that it was walking on, it comes and attacks twice.
before he makes the first attack, could I just get your opinion on this? It says it imposes disadvantage on the attack roll of one creature it can see that's within 5 feet of it. So he can see this guy, it's
Yep.
within 5 feet of it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he'll use his reaction to give disadvantage on the first attack.
Okay, so first attack swings with the spear he's been walked on. It rolls an 8, which I assume will miss. Second one, though, is a dirty 20. Not a natural 20, thankfully. But it still carves into Garrosh, doing 14 points of damage. Yeah, so brings a massive spear, misses the first one, as Theodore says, "Look out!" or something, and it misses. And the second one dives deep into your stomach, and he pulls back and he starts. Stello.
Right. I'm gonna bonus action, assume story form, the dragon shape.
Okay.
So I get like a dragon snout covering a bit my head in constellations and
Okay.
some small wings. And I'm gonna cast, look at Garrosh. I'm gonna grin and cast, say, hey, Garrosh, smash. I'm gonna cast Enlarge on Garrosh.
Alright. Put you right up there. I assume you don't resist Garrosh. You can if you like, but if not, you're a huge
It's good.
Garrosh.
It's okay.
I'm good with it. But you are concentrating on that. Okay, so Garrosh enlarges. Is that the end of your turn, Stello?
Yes.
Okay. From behind you, Stax, you hear a roaring sound. And you hear something say, "Me friend! Me friend!" And this massive thing comes out and starts barreling through there. Unfortunately, your stealth is not going to help because it's literally that big. It can't pass through there without bumping into you. So it does
Yeah,
bump
no longer
into...
stealth anyway.
Oh, okay. Well, it bumps into you. And it's got this massive, huge, great club in its hand. Me friend, smash! And it brings this great club down upon you and cracks you right in the head. And it hits with a 19, and you take, oh, that's a terrible roll, 9 bludgeoning damage to the head.
Okay.
Friend! And, yeah, that's what happens. Stacks. What I mean, just check one thing, sorry. Oh, yep, just a smash to the head as this massive creature comes around. Me friend! And, yeah. That's its turn.
Well, Stax will first disengage.
Okay. It's your bonus action, yep.
And then move over here and shoot at the Verbeek.
Okay.
Um,
So no advantage, but it will be sneak if you hit. And you do hit. So 14 damage, nice. Okay. So that's your movement, your attack, your bonus.
yep, that's all there is to it. And I'm gonna shout out, "Not a big fella coming in!"
You're half right, because a massive bear comes charging around this corner. It goes straight for Garrosh. Roars! And it tries to grab you with its claws, slashes across you, rolls a natural 1, misses horribly, but then follows up with a bite, tries to take a big chomp out of Garrosh, whose AC is what?
19.
Oh, 19. Yeah, it goes to bite you, but it sinks into your armor helplessly. Does not hit. Theodore.
I am going to move up and cast Thorn Whip on the one that's already hurt.
15 hits.
Okay, 4 damage, and I will move over here to finish my movement. That's it.
Okay. Okay, so you don't try to drag it?
I can't. If I drag it towards me, it will stop the mummy and the cart.
Okay, that's true. So 4 damage regardless. So this creature is starting to look pretty beat up. Your friend, your mummified friend, Sanar, tries to smack it with a rotting fist. And, hits. Let's just do the dreadful glare as well. So what's that? Constitution saving throw. It passes that easily. Okay. Alright. And it needs to make a wisdom saving throw, which it passes. So that's the mummy. And as you're doing this, you hear the sounds. Well, first of all, you hear Shrubby saying, "Ah! Someone else is coming! Someone else is coming! Look out! Look out! Look out!" And another one of these creatures comes charging in. Boosh, 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 boosh. You almost hear the ground shake. Another one says, and you says, "Doug! No, Doug! No! I'll protect you, Doug!" And it comes right up next to Stello. And attacks twice. With its spirit, it's jabbing you in just fury. And Stello's armor class is 17, so a 19 and a 17 will both hit.
Yeah, I'm gonna use Stone's Endurance for one of them, at least. Let's see if they're linked.
You take damage. Okay, so the first one did 12 points of damage. So roll a d12, see if you can reduce it to nothing. Oh yep, so no damage from the first one. But the second one does 16 points of damage, so take 16 points of damage. And make me a Constitution saving throw, DC 10.
Yep.
Okay, no problem. So you maintain your concentration on Garrosh, a large in form. And speaking of Garrosh, it's your turn.
Right, so I'll attack the Marauder.
Okay.
And this time I'll try my new feature, which is Great Weapon Master.
Ah, nice. Don't forget you'll get a plus d4 to your damage if you hit from your enlarged form.
Yeah, I added it to my sheet. I just became expert on the sheets in
No,
Advent.
yep. Lots of useful stuff you can do on the sheets. Okay, so make your attack with your Great Weapon Master.
Alright. And it...
Is that taken into account the -5? Oh, well, with your blessed, I guess. If roll 4 plus 5, so 19 hits.
Also, you can add the 1d4 for the enlarge condition. The damage.
I believe it's there already. No?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I believe everything's there.
Oh yeah, you got. Oh yeah, plus 1d4 enlarged, so 23 points of damage. So this creature is huge. But with your newly acquired Great Weapon Master, let me just check something. Well, just quickly.
I just use my tripled weight, thanks to the enlarge spell, and I just push into the blow, and it just hits hard.
It's looking up a subtle wall here. I always thought great weapon could only be great sword or a great axe, but it just says of a weapon. So that's fine, yeah. So 23 does hit, and you absolutely lean into it. And you guys have seen Garrosh do some amazing things, but this is taking amazing to a next level. He literally carves this giant in half, and his torso falls into the fire pit, in fact, and his legs just collapse in a group where it is. A truly impressive hit with your warhammer. Well done. That's your turn.
As a bonus action, I just take a second wind, and that's end of my turn.
Sure.
Yay.
Okay, well, poor old Doug is dead. Stello.
I'm gonna move, let's see. I'm gonna action disengage. And
Okay.
Move 5, 10, 15, 20.
Move in between boats and turn into one. They won't find you.
I gotta move next to Stacks.
Okay.
And I'm there. And that's my action. Or
Okay,
turn.
yes, your action was disengage, and then your movement.
Yeah.
Great.
Yes.
And
No, I'll save my spells for now.
the bread comes charging up to Stacks.
I have 35 feet of movement.
Uh-huh.
Bollocks.
And it misses regardless with an 11. It comes charging out of there and takes a massive swing at Stacks, but Stacks ducks under it, no damage done.
I'm gonna use my reaction
Yep.
to move half my movement speed without taking an attack of opportunity, because that's a feature I've got
Nice. Okay, so that's your
that I
reaction.
forgot last round.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now it's your turn.
No, I'm already disengaged. I can use my bonus action to hide.
Uh-huh. Yep. Okay. It seems to have lost you down the cave system. You see it looking around, trying to spot you. But
Well,
it-
basically, yeah, I'm gonna focus on this one, the other
Oh.
Furbeak.
Okay, let me just check. 16. Yep, it doesn't appear to have paid much attention to you. So yeah, you can take a shot at this one if you like, with advantage. It's sneak attack if you hit, and you hit, so 16 points of damage.
And
You see it hits her, it does damage, it doesn't turn to action, but she says, Doug! Doug, I'm coming for you, Doug! Doug! Okay.
and I'm gonna walk a little bit back just to stay in range with the rest of the group.
Okay. So the cave bear, having no other options, it attempts to claw Garrosh once again, rakes across your back, hits with a 24. You take 12 slashing damages as massive bear just starts tearing into your back. Buoyed by a success, it tries to bite you and rolls a 19, which also hits, getting through the chinks in your armor, and does another 8 points of piercing damage. So a total of 20 points of piercing damage to you, Garrosh. It just carves into you, biting you, taking chunks of flesh out of you.
Just you wait, you'll be next.
Theodore.
I will cast Thorn Whip on this one
Okay.
and try to pull him into the fire.
Ooh, nice.
Oh, okay. I have wrong character sheet. Now I have to.
12 does hit. So 6 piercing.
I
Drag him
also
into
don't
the
have blood on. Right?
but
I'll
profits.
drag him into.
Okay.
Okay, I'll just turn it on.
Yeah, and roll 3d6 for me. So the creature takes 11 points of damage, and it is on fire. I don't have a fire token. I don't think I have a fire token.
No worries.
But that red dot will say it means he's on fire. Friend! Is that your turn?
Yeah, it's Snuggles' turn now because
Oh, yeah.
I forgot about him. He'll just attack this guy as well.
Mm-hmm.
He'll try to use his tail to heal him.
That's it up. Okay. So 4 damage. Got it. Okay, so the mummy, this massive creature is on fire, being attacked by a mechanical creature. It's not going good with him. The Sanar is going to try and punch the ogre. Whoosh! Oh, misses terribly, but then stares at the ogre and says, "Die." Needs to make a wisdom saving throw, DC 11. Oh, passes for the 16, so no damage done by Sanar. Garg. She comes around and says, Doug! Doug, I'm coming for... No! Doug! Doug! She sees Theodore right next to her, and hits once for 22 points of damage.
Disadvantage.
Can you do it to yourself?
Is he hitting Snuggles or Theodore?
Oh, Theodore.
Because Snuggles is doing the deflect attacks.
Oh, okay.
Oh, sorry. The text says Theodore Storm, but it's Snuggles that does it.
Okay, that's fine.
So
Yes. So, yeah, okay, so, yeah, so, well, that's nice, because that causes it to miss. Otherwise, you would have taken 17 points of damage, so you can thank Snuggles for that one.
I know who Theodore is snuggling with tonight.
And Garrosh.
Alright. As I said, Barry is the next.
Okay. So with your swing guided by Moradin, you're channeling his blessings, you swing and...
And I want to use... actually just nothing. I'm
Okay.
just attacking.
Alright. You swing hard at the bear. You total of 9 points of damage. You hit the bear. Whoosh, down it goes. Oh, that loses some hit points. Massive. You get your revenge blow back, and the bear just roars back at you. Is that your turn, Garrosh?
Yep.
Stello.
How hurt does the guy dancing in the fire look?
He's still got a lot of life in him, but life is not going well to him since he's on fire. But he's got some life left in him.
Okay. Well, I'll guiding bolt the Verbig that just arrived. So let's see.
Oh, misses. You have a DM inspiration you could use if you want.
No, I used that last time.
You don't have a bless on.
Oh, I don't.
Ooh.
Let me roll.
Oh, still not good enough. 12 still misses. Whoosh! Lights up the corridor and just harmlessly goes down there. No hit, no damage done. Friend is going to see this massive attack of power, thinking you're a target, and moves out of the mummy's thing, so it's going to try and the mummy's going to try and smash him. But does hit, and does. Oh man, this is not a good move. 11 bludgeoning. DC 12 Constitution saving throw. Whoops, not that one. This one. It passes that. And it's going to take D6 points of damage because it's literally on fire. It's not taking action to put it out. But it goes in and comes over to Stello, bringing this massive club right above your head. But Stello's too nifty, too dodgy for that, too dexterous for that. And it crashes right onto the stone next to you, cracking it in places. It goes, Stacks.
Stax will try to hide again behind this corner. And try to shoot at this big fellow attacking Stello. I
Okay, this
assume
big
11
fellow.
does not succeed.
Well, it depends on its passive perception, and it's not very perceptive at all, so you may take an advantage. The Marauder would have seen you, but this thing does not.
Seriously? Oh, well, poor buddy.
So good choice to attack the ogre. Yeah, that hits. 19 points of damage. Nice. Oh, right into its neck, and you hit a really sweet spot, and blood starts pouring down the side of this ogre, which is still
And
on
I
fire.
take a few steps back, and that's my turn.
Okay. The bear getting into one-on-one with Garrosh. It's gonna try and bite you first. Rolls a 12, misses with a bite, returns back with the claws. One claws and rolls a 21 for the claw attack. Starts raking across your back again, doing 13 points of damage. Ooh, that's close, Garrosh. So just starts carving into Garrosh's back with 13 points of damage. Theodore, you see Garrosh
I'm
looking
looking fine.
in a very, very rough way, but it is your turn.
I trust Garrosh can handle that one, and I'll Thorn Whip this one again back into the fire.
Okay. 11 hits. So you hit it, you drag it back into the fire, and then it starts frantically trying to pat the fire out as the fire's getting larger and larger, and it takes over his whole body, and he just falls down into the flame dead, and this rather pungent smell of burnt ogre fills the room. Down it goes. Well done.
Theodore just gets big eyes. How did that work? And Snuggles will attack the one to the south.
Oh,
then.
yes, of course. 10 does not hit. The Snuggles tries to snuggle up and fails.
That's my turn.
Okay. Your mummy friend tries to hit the Marauder with its rotting fist and hits. Or needs to make a Constitution saving throw. Oops, not that one. Constitution saving throw plus 5 times 2. Okay. Let's make a Wisdom saving throw. Oh, so it fails the Wisdom saving throw, so let's do this damage first. If it fails its Wisdom saving throw. Interesting. Damage. Nope. It looks at this like Sanara takes the hood off its head, revealing its ghastly appearance. And you see this Marauder just look into it and start shaking and shaking and shaking, and it's terrified of this creature. Look, oh, that is not right. And with that, she will stay where she is. She will attack. No, she's too afraid of that. She's going to attack Theodore twice.
Snuggles will get the first one disadvantage again.
Okay, with disadvantage, it's a 19. This is a good roll. So 12 piercing and a Constitution saving throw. Okay, and attacks against with the spear. Hits again for... Ooh, is that right? Yeah, 27 points of
Famous
damage.
last word. Oh, I'm down.
Down.
By the way,
Garrosh.
doesn't a creature that's is afraid always attack at disadvantage?
Oh, you are right. But with a disadvantage, it's an 18.
Still hits.
Very good roll, but that's a good point. Yep, he rolled a 19.
Bless is off
Ah,
everyone.
yeah, bless is off. Oh, you were blessed. Yeah, it wasn't enlarged. So bless goes down. So Garrosh, you are no longer blessed. Theodore, you are prone on the ground, and you are dying. So that was it. Yes, it was a disadvantage. Yep. Okay, good. Garrosh. You see Theodore fall before you, to the side of you. This bear is roaring in your face.
Well, I'll have to attack the bear because I
Okay.
not disengage really. So I'm attacking the bear, and I'm
Oh, shit. Sorry. Can I use shield? I have shield now at level 3. I forgot because I just got it.
You forgot?
That, yeah, that would be my
That's
AC would be 21 then.
That's a shame.
Okay, well, live and learn, or die and learn. However,
Yep. It's a
It's
shame.
okay, I got you.
It's a crying shame that you forgot. Okay, Garrosh.
yeah.
Yep, I tend to
attack.
forget about riposte anyway as well. So I'm attacking the bear.
There. Okay. Swinging your mighty warhammer. Is this Great Weapon Master?
Yep,
Yeah, and
it's
17.
there.
Yeah, it's all calculated, and 17 does hit and do 21 points of damage. So you carve massive chunks off this bear, but it is still standing. It just roars defiantly in your face. Is that your turn?
Yeah, crazy bear. I'm done.
Stello. Still
I'm gonna see
concentrating on the
Theodore.
enlarged Garrosh. What do you do?
Yes. I was gonna see Theodore go down. I'm gonna say, Theodore! I'm gonna say some few celestial words or something and cast healing words. Rank 1 on him. Oh, yeah. Let's see. Let me roll. There it is.
So life enters you, Theodore, but you're still on the ground prone.
So that's my bonus action, and for my action, I'm gonna remember the little charm I just got, and I'm gonna form a little snowball in my hand. I'm gonna try to hit the very big marauder with it.
Nope.
Oh. That's a shame. But yeah, that's my turn.
Okay. Stacks.
Bonus action hide.
Uh-huh.
Great rolls. Gonna step forward and gonna take a shot at the Furbeak. Straight shot.
It's easy.
Yeah.
So just a straight roll. Ooh. So I'm gonna say you fire and it's just you kill a
Theodore.
sheep. Sheep down.
Don't kill a sheep.
And then I'm gonna say, well, what you gonna do about it, big man? I'm gonna stand there.
All right. So the bear,
I'm gonna eat it later.
and you see this creature saying, "No, no, you leave the animals alone. It's not their fault. Leave them." And the bear is going to attack Garrosh. Ooh, rolls a 12 for its bite and for its claws.
Well,
Rolls a
wait.
Yep.
Wait. I'm riposting and I get a free attack.
Okay.
Because he misses and I use the opportunity to attack him back
Okay.
with my hammer.
Okay. Attack away. $24. Ooh, so that's 16 points of damage, is it?
Yes.
Well, that's interesting. So
Does he die?
it goes to bite you, but you manage to. When it misses, you take the opportunity to smack it right on the snout, and you feel the claws, and the claws would have hit you, and it would have done 14 slashing damage to you, which would have taken you down, but you get the attacking, killing and blow just a fraction before the bear takes you down.
Yes.
So the rest spot literally saved your life. How many times can you do that?
I hope every time.
But that costs a battle dice thing, right?
Yeah, I have still one more. I have like 4.
Okay.
That's
Okay, so you see the massive bear go down and just this marauder who seems terrified of you right next to you, Theodore. I assume you stand up?
Stand up and disengage, and I will move over here. Then I'm out of movement, but I'll double move.
Okay,
Wait,
so you
can I? Yeah,
dash
I
just
still.
another 30 feet, yep.
I'll use my action to double move, and
You're
I'll.
already disengaged, right?
Yeah, that was my action.
Yeah, if you disengage, yeah, sorry, you can only get there.
Yeah, as my action, but then I move, right? I still have my movement.
Yeah, but you took 15 feet to stand up, so you can move another 15 feet, but you don't get to take the dash action because you used your action to disengage.
True.
So you can get 15 feet away from where you were.
Wait,
Okay.
action. Oh, I get it. So what's the max I can get away
You
from
go
that
one
guy?
more north. Yep, that would be as far as you can get.
Yeah, that'll pretty much be it. And I will cast Bless again.
But you already used your action.
Yeah.
Oh, you already used your action.
Oh,
That is true.
Of course. Yeah. That's it. Except Snuggles will attack this guy.
Okay. Misses.
Misses. And that's my turn. And Snuggles.
So your buddy try and attack with a rotting fist. Does hit. Constitution saving throw on these guys, which are pretty constitutional. With a +5. So passes that easily. So it's 13 bludgeoning. And let's do the wisdom saving throw while we're here. No longer frightened. It happens at the end of the mummy's turn. No longer frightened, but it did take that damage. 13. Okay. Now. It.
By the way, did it take the 9 points necrotic as well?
Nope.
Just if it failed the Constitution save, right?
It takes it regardless. If it fails, I shouldn't even need to, probably not going to matter, but if it fails its Constitution saving throw, it has its hit points maximum reduced.
Ah, so that's it.
Yeah, so not really. Might probably to come into account here. But this
No, but it-
creature. Yep. It's going to use one of its attacks to try and push the mummy out of the way. And it rolls a 13. And
I would have given him advantage as usual, just so my reaction is spent, regardless of the fact that it missed.
oh, okay.
I mean, probably missed. I don't know.
The no, it's not going to do that. I changed my mind. It is just going to attack the mummy twice.
I
Yep.
give him the advantage again on the first one.
Sure. So, first attack at disadvantage with a two-handed spear is a 24. It's a 24 and a 25. So that's 12 piercing damage to your mummy friend. And then attacks again with the spear. Rolls a 16 and hits again with the spear. taking 20 points of damage. And your mummy friend is looking a lot worse than you've ever seen. I mean, it looks pretty bad to start with, but he's looking rough. Garrosh.
Well, there's only one thing left for me, really.
You could squeeze in there.
I move with some hardship, but I make a step towards the big marauder, being almost the same size as him. And I make a large swing with my hammer,
Okay.
and I try to put all my weight into it using the feet.
Swinging hard. Get you back into it. And an 8 unfortunately misses. Nope. Stello.
I guess I'm gonna go for my last guiding bolt.
Yep.
Try to hit it with it.
Oh dear.
Oh,
It gets even worse. You don't take just a goat, you take down 2 goats.
no!
Oh.
Stacks!
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna take another shot at it.
Okay.
Come on, please.
Another sheep goes down. Theodore.
I'm gonna whisper to Stella, we're so bad at this.
I know. Oh, maybe our Father forgive us.
And I'll probably hide behind this corner, but it's probably more shame than out of for anything else.
I'm just gonna Thorn Whip. Oh, actually, I'll cast Fairy Fire on him. Maybe give advantage to everyone else.
Okay. What type of save is that?
Dexterity.
Dexterity, it rolls an 11. What color is your fairy fire?
Miss it. I'll make him violet.
Violet. Okay, so everyone has advantage on their attack rolls. The mummy.
Snuggles will just attack him.
Okay. So the mummy does. Gotta leave in just 1 minute, but I'm hoping this will finish. Okay, so force and power. Oh, that takes it down. Yeah.
Yay, perfect timing.
27. Yeah, perfect timing. So yes, the very big marauder goes down thanks to the advantage. It was a pretty good attack by Snuggles, nevertheless. And everything now that is deadly has passed. But thanks again for the session, guys. But I need to go pick up some kids.
Some.
Yeah.
Just trivial stuff like that.
Random kids.
Yeah, just random kids. I'm not sure who they are.